Noon, everyone. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody doing in the chat? Ogan, stepping right up with the $5 super chat. Much appreciated, brother. I don't know if Andrew Tate is a good man, but I'm damn sure he's good at being a man. No doubt about that. He knows how to get the right attention. You know, sometimes they say all press is good press, whether it's bad press, right? Can you guys hear me okay in the chat? No feedback, no lags. Lee the legend, Corey Perry. Good afternoon. How are you, sir? Jordan. Am I pronouncing this correctly? Banjaya? Wisdom? Correct me if I'm not. Just to give me a phonetic in the chat and I'll be good. Eugene Steele, welcome, sir. Thank you. Everybody else, if I didn't call your name, I've been looking at some of the chat messages. Much appreciated for you guys stepping in. Brittany, how are you? JQ, what's going on? Marco T, what's going on, man? Jay Spence, acapella, spoken word, the Black Baron. I like that. Super Dad, A1, A. What's going on? How are you? Stoner's Bake Talk Lounge short clip. That's a lot of words for a short clip. It's that Hunter S. Yo, what's up? Back in my day, that word yo. Let's see who's old enough to knows what that means in New York. Yo. It has something to do with the streets. Let's see how well your old school slang lingo is. Yo. I know it's you or yo with a long O, but it reminded me of something. Hey, Jadis, what's going on, man? Bobby M, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to Sage Talk. I've been doing a lot of different things lately, and I had a lot of stuff going on, so I spoke with Jera, and at the end of the year, I took some time off because I had to make some changes and different things that was going on. Let's see. Already, someone is calling me. I can't believe this. I cannot take this call. That's my lady that make my cocoa bread. And she's probably right downstairs, so I can't go out and get it. She should have called me earlier. 1 second, guys. Hold on a second. No, quiere cuatro es para mí, solo yo. Okay? Muchas gracias. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Didn't want you guys to hear my broken Spanish. It's a little better than most, but you know, can everybody hear me well? Okay. Where was I just a few moments ago? I was welcoming everyone to the chat. Hey, did anyone from that's in the chat right now was tuned in to last night's show at King Talk? Yes, sir. Johnny M, how are you? There was something that I was getting ready to say at the end of that conversation, and I don't know what was going on. I like an outside speaker as opposed to stuff in my ears, even though I have one in my ear right now. But I don't like when I hear things coming in my ear to talk. I like it coming from my desk. So I have a desk speaker, and it was for whatever reason the internet or the Bluetooth was not connecting steadily. But if someone can drop probably the last thing that I was talking about last night, I think the topic was, should your woman be supportive, right? One of the things I would say is that there are more than one way for a woman to support a man. And it's important that when you choose a woman, that she does support you. And some women may support you in the way in which they're attentive to you. Some women will support you. Obviously, if you guys are doing, I'm not going to say a 50-50, but if you're sharing the expenses and you're living together, whether you're married or just in a long-term relationship. But definitely before you get into a long-term relationship, you should be able to do things whereby you can prove in a very light way, nothing dynamic, but you want to be able to prove that the woman is focused on you, that she's attentive to your being, your status, how you doing, that she's aware of when you seem out of sorts and when you're not, and that she takes steps to show you that she has some concern for you. Because if a woman don't demonstrate genuine concern for you, her reasons for attraction for you, or the reasons she may want to be with you, may be not what you might think. That's very important. Another thing I would say is, if she passes all of your cursory uh, examinations to see whether or not she's down with you, as you get to know her family or meet her family, you really want to see how her mother moves. And especially if her mother is still in a marriage or relationship with a man, whether it's a stepfather or her actual father and they're married, or however the relationship is structured, you want to see how they interact. Is she more dominant over her husband? Is she attentive to her husband? How she responds to what he might say to her? Does she talk, move, and act in a how can I say, in a genuine way, that she doesn't demonstrate like an attitude, like in some way she feels out of sorts, like she's being bothered, but in a sense where she openly is concerned, do things for him before he does it. Because people who have been together for a long time, it's like when you're in a relationship sometimes, or even as best of friends, you tend to finish each other's sentences and things like that when you know each other for a long time, right? So the same thing you should see that demonstrated in the relationship between the mother and father of the woman that you're entertaining to potentially be a long-term relationship that can uh, mature into a marriage. How the family interrelate is very important, because you have to understand these are the foundations in the environment by which she's shaped. The home is the first place, then her neighborhood is the second place, and then possibly church or education. And especially, last night guys were talking about uh, those who went to college and those who may have pledged and the different things that may go on at colleges, right? I would say if you are a man that you've already reached a certain level of income, if you're north of 80,000 or have already broken the six-figure barrier and you're escalating upward, and and you're still maybe in your mid to late 30s or just entering your 30s, you're on track to do extremely well. Doesn't matter what career you're in, whether it's tech, whether it's sales or something else, whether it's a type of profession or if it's your business. I've heard from time to time in this space that guys do not believe in testing their woman. I fully believe in testing your woman. And why I say that is particularly coming from an engineering background. Stress test is something that is mandatory in all construction because you need to see how things are going to perform when it's not in its normal state, when it's under pressure. And some people, when they're cool, they operate really well. But when they're under pressure, then you see another side of them. So you really need to know how to test a woman to see whether or not she kind of loses her cool, she becomes very violent, she shuts down. You want to kind of understand how certain women deal with pressure. Does she take things out on you? Because when people are under pressure, it seems like their personality may change sometimes because they say and do things that could be out of character. So I would definitely suggest that you do that. I'm not going to suggest how you do that. There are many different ways to. I am. How can I say? I'm very logical minded. I'm very because I come from the financial industry as well. I tend to use strategies to put people in situation that I know potentially could create an outcome. There was a girl that I dated a long time ago, and all of her boyfriends were very tall. So I knew right off the top she liked tall guys, right? But we met, we got together, things were going well. And the crew that I hung out with when I was on Wall Street, we were a gangster crew, bro. So, and we knew how to have fun. And we knew how to turn up at times too. We've been thrown out of many spots. But all of my friends, I wouldn't say, well, yeah, all of my friends that I can remember, and in Wall Street particularly, most of my friends on Wall Street there that I hung out with were tall. They were 6 feet or taller. It's funny because last night when I was thinking about this, my entire family is tall except me and one other cousin on my father's side. My mother's side is short. So my mom and my grandma say I got my looks. I look more like my grandfather from my mother's father. And hey, Mrs. Nurse Fancy, how are you? Long time no see. Biochemist Sam, what's going on? And all my cousins is like 6'4", 6'6". My dad is 6'2", 6'3". My brothers were all 6 feet. My sister's even bigger than me. She's 5'8". So I'm like the shortest one in the whole family, right? But where I lacked in height, I was blessed in other skills. I have a very tenacious kind of attitude, personality, very strong, extremely confident, self-assured. And I was like this from I was young. It's not something that I had to learn. I just developed it better. What I learned, I would say, if anything, what I learned from I was a young boy, maybe about 12 years old, coming up into being a teenager, was how to bridle my mouth better. Because I used to be extremely direct. And in being direct, sometimes people could get offensive, right? Even when you're trying to help with friends. But in the case of me meeting this young lady, dating her, and as the relationship grew, I took her around my friends, and there were several places in New York that we used to hang out. And I took her at this one particular spot, and I told one of my buddies, I'm like, "Yo, I want you to push up on her. Ask her for a number. Tell her she could do better than me, and tell her if you were with her, you would treat her better." the things women like to hear. And he did. Get her drunk. You don't have to get her drunk. If you're in a social place, a woman is going to drink to the normalcy of how she drink. If a woman is a slush, she going to get effed up, especially if like my boss, his wife was Puerto Rican. And my other buddy, his girlfriend or wife was, American black. And the other guy, Remy, his wife was white. And so I was dating this chick. And one of my buddy, I think it was Jeff. Jeff pushed up on her. And Jeff was much younger than me. And she was younger than me too. She was like 25, 26. And Jeff was about 24. So it was really in the right circles. And Jeff kind of looked like what's the brother name? Basketball player that just recently died 2 years ago. From the Lakers. I can see his name and I can't pronounce it. Kobe. He looks just like Kobe, bro. Not as tall. He's probably like 6'2". Real nice. Real slick with the mouth. Charismatic kind of guy. Really fun guy. So he pushed up on her. And then, later on when we were sitting privately at a booth, she said to me, one of your friends was talking to me. I said, yeah, we were all talking. What's going on? And she says, no. He said some things to me that, I didn't like. I said, well, what did he tell you? He said that I could do better. And that if she was with him, that he would treat her better. So she was saying, like, you better be careful because some of your friends are not really your friends. If you have a woman or a girl that you're serious about, and one of your friends push up on her, and she don't tell you, one of two things are happening. Women like to challenge men's ego, or at least chip at their ego. One or two things is going to happen. She's going to either hold that information, excuse me, she's going to hold that information for a time when you get into an argument, and then she's going to cut your legs from underneath you and tell you about one of your friends that can't be trusted and all this mess when you think you all that and your friends are all that, yada, yada, yada. So if she doesn't tell you, there's one or two things happening. She's either holding it as information to use at a later date, or she's keeping it just in case she hasn't made a full decision yet with you. Either way, if she don't tell you, cut her loose. If she tell you, that's a woman that's already looking out for you. She got your back. And you have to find ways to prove a woman, bro. And alcohol works. When I met a young lady out here, when I first came out here, I went to Sabre. I love Sabre. And I met a beautiful, she was about 23 years old, beautiful Indian girl. I took a whole family. I took a mother. She had 3 sisters, and every sister was finer than her. She was the oldest one. And they went like, she was 23, the other one was 19, the other one was 17, and they were all fine. And so I took her mother out, and her 2 brothers there came down from Cologne. And we had a good time. It must have cost me like 6,000 pesos, which back then was like maybe $250 or something like that. Money Life Business, how are you? Thank you. I'm glad to be back. How are you? Okay. Jonah M. That's a good woman right there, Mr. Lee. Absolutely. Absolutely. When a woman come and let you know what's going on, she's down with you. She's looking out for you. She's already sizing up your friends to see who is your friend and who is not your friend. So that was one thing I did, and she proved herself to be a good choice of a woman. But another story was my wife. I had a real good buddy back in the day, and I had set up a business meeting. And when I was early married, I did not. And one of the things you have to learn, well, for me, what I do is that I use life to help me set the rules for my life, the boundaries, and the things that can protect me in relationship and how I move in the world. I don't just randomly create stuff, right? So we were married. This was 1988, 1989. So we had just gotten married like 2 years before that. Mr. Ball Game, good to see you, sir. And at that time, I was working at the Porsche and Audi dealership out in Bensonhurst, New York. That's Italian neighborhood. And if you know New York, that is a racist neighborhood. But I did well. I don't really run from racism, so I deal with white people. But I was working, and we made an appointment. He was supposed to meet me at my house at 7. My boss asked me to stay late. Customers came in, so I didn't wind up leaving until 9 o'clock. I called my wife and I told her he was coming, but then when I got home, he was not there. My wife never told me what happened. 2 weeks or so later, or a week or so later, my wife and I got into a big argument. And she was like, "Oh, so-and-so, you think he's all that? He's not your friend." And she just laid it all out. He was like, "Yeah, he pushed up on me, was trying to get into my panties right in your house." And at that time, I had a beautiful co-op. I used to live in Clinton Hills, right off of Myrtle and Clinton Avenue. A couple of blocks from where Jay-Z may have grown up. I think he was in Marcy Projects. So that was about maybe 3 or 4 blocks from where I was. But she just ratted on. So I had 2 phones. So I said, pick up the other phone. And back then, you still had landlines. This was in the 80s. So I told her, pick up the other phone. And I called him. And I'm like, "Yo, what's up, man? How you doing?" I said, "Yo, the other day you came by the house. How come you didn't wait for me?" He was like, "No, I had something to do. I had to leave." So I said, "By the way, my wife said something to me that I need to get cleared up. She said that when you were at the house, that you pushed up on her." He started denying it right off the bat. And my wife was on the other phone. So I was like, "Dee Dee, tell him what you just told me." And as soon as she started speaking, click, he hung up the phone. In my earlier life, when I was a young boy, he might have disappeared. He was lucky by then I became an Israelite and my life had changed to a different degree. But when I grew up in Harlem, some of the friends that I had, they're dangerous, very dangerous. So that taught me right then and there, yeah, Dee Dee, that's not her name. That's what I call her, right? But it's referencing her name. All of my girls, I always give any girlfriend that I have, I always give them a name, my own name, right? I don't call them by their name. I call them by my name. That when they know I'm calling you. So then she told me. So I knew that my wife, she would always use tactics to always kind of trump me when she can. But that taught me a lesson. From that day, no man is ever allowed in my house except her dad and her brother, period. And her brother and I, Boo Boo, we went to school together. So I knew Boo Boo from a long time. And I was friends with her family before I even met her because I was 6 years older than her. So I didn't really meet her until a lot later. But so I gave you a situation where it was a girlfriend and she was honest and told me what happened, and my wife and how she used it. And I used both examples, right? So the thing is that even a good woman will strategize. It's not a bad thing, but you have to understand how your woman move. Even how a woman will support you and get your back. But at the same time, they always want to have some kind of power in the relationship. And if they get the opportunity, they will get information and they will save the information and they will use it when they can. 2 very different outcomes. Very absolutely. 8 years later, I was divorced. So, that's the end of that story. But it is very important for you as a man to kind of know your woman and know her moves, what kind of temperament of a woman that you have, right? But I'm gonna move on from that personal situation right now. And what I would say is that when you have money, you have options and you have choice. And you should The way I look at money, money is a tool, no different than a hammer, no different than a wrench. And you have to use it to benefit you. You can use money to influence people. You can use money in your generosity. You can use money to be generous and get the benefits of how people will be nice to you. And people are nice to you when you use money wisely. Like there was several restaurants and social spots that I used to go to in New York. You said hammer or wrench. I'm 5'7". I'm not tall, and all of my friends are tall. And most of the places I went to, in Harlem, New York, Manhattan, there's a lot of big dudes, man. I don't like standing at a bar with my hand up trying to get somebody or 2 feet, 3 feet back, and all these big dudes at the bar and waitress can't even see me. Nah. When I roll up in a spot and I buy a drink, one of my favorite drinks, I like cognac, so I would get Remy XO, right? It's smoother. It's a lot smoother than Hennessy. And I think back then it was like $35, $40 a shot. But they did it real nice. They had a nice floss. They warmed it up and, give it to you real nice. And the barmaid, she was really beautiful, tall girl. And I like tall girls. Nice curly hair, kind of brownish hair. And I got to know her well. So when I walked in, I would always order my drink. Cost me about 35, 40 bucks. Give her 100, tell her to keep the change. The benefit of that is that I never have to wait for a drink. Because 3 hours later, when the place is crowded and it's banging, and you're talking to a sister or whoever you're talking to, and you need to get a drink, all I have to do is wave my hand. She knows all my drinks. If I'm drinking yak, it's Remy XO. If I'm drinking vodka, it's Kettle One Citron. If I'm drinking, what's the other one? Rum. Then rum for me, I usually would be drinking. Out here, they call it Cinta Negra, but it's Johnny Walker Black, straight. I never drink mixed drinks. And on the rocks with lemon. Everything I have to have lemon with it, with the exception of cognac, right? And or champagne. But what it does, it gives you access. You never have to wait. And sometimes when you're in a place where it's very crowded and you meet a nice girl, you can definitely leave a good impression where you get good service. Sometimes they're looking at you wanting to know, how do you get such good service? That's a secret. There's another place on Amsterdam. I think it was called Under the Stairs. No, it wasn't Under the Stairs. This was I can't remember the name of the spot. I met Urkel there, by the way. I forgot his name. When I first met him, I was like, damn, this dude is tall. This was back in 96. But there was this barmaid. She was like a trans. She went by the name of Boy. She always dressed in black, short haircut, looked just like a boy. Her and I got to be friends, and a trans woman, well, she was really a trans man. She was a girl portraying herself as a man. They will get you any girl in the spot. They know everything about anyone. Yes, Jaleel White. Thank you. Yes. Damn, what is the name of that spot? It's on 74th Street and Amsterdam Avenue. Savannah's was on, I don't remember where Savannah's was, but it wasn't too far from Savannah's. Anyway, you have to understand how to socialize and move around people and how to use other people to get the things that you want. And generosity is one of the easiest way to get favors, because people equate generosity with you being a nice person. And usually people who are nice are generous. So it goes together. It's a logical sequence of thought, right? Conclusion. And people do good favors for you when you're generous, right? Whether it's a restaurant or whatever it might be. But I just wanted to kind of introduce and touched on that because it kind of left off last night, and I did have some things I wanted to speak about when it comes to a woman who would support you. And I know a lot in this space, people say things like a woman's money doesn't really matter. I mean, it all depends. If she's making 60 grand and you're making 80 grand and you're living in a city like New York City, that's 100 and what? 46 and 8 and 6 is 14, 140 grand. You can live pretty good. Not with a car, but you can live pretty good, right? So you have to really know how to work together to build together, because at some point, uh, hopefully the man income is going to start to grow as he advances in his career, and the women may grow as well, but women don't tend to push themselves as hard as men push themselves economically, career wise. So I don't see anything wrong with a man and a woman working together to build. I think you should have a joint account for the household expenses, and you should have a personal account for your stuff, right? So you have separate spending money. And maybe you might open separate, your separate accounts should be at separate banks, right? That way, because sometimes bank officers get to know you and get to know your wife, and your wife want to access your account. Some bank officers, especially if it's a female and they know that's your wife, they'll take money out of your account and give it to her. So, which is not supposed to be, because he's not a signature on the account. So you may want to separate those accounts if you want to do that, right? And that's just, in the first maybe 5 years of the relationship, you may want to do something like that, because you're still getting to know each other, and it helps. But this whole thing with Andrew Tate, right? And I refrain from speaking on a lot of stuff that I see on YouTube, because a lot of it to me is just crap stuff that I don't feel is need for us to get into. But I understand that this is entertainment, part of it, and obviously it's educational at the same time, and a lot of other dynamics that plays in there. But I think a certain kind of way, especially coming from the career that I once had: financial services, trading, analytical. I do have an analytical mind, and I filter everything through it. I understand risk, I understand manipulation, I understand misdirection. I use them all. But I use them usually as a defensive tactic. I don't use it to manipulate people. I use it to defend myself so people don't manipulate me. So I'm aware. So I've been watching this whole situation on Andrew Tate, and it's weird because I talked to one of my buddies, Mike. We used to work on Wall Street together, and he's one of two people that I really keep in touch with. And I was having a conversation with him about a week and a half ago, and I said, I really want to have do a show on Andrew Tate, but the guy is very controversial and he's big, and I don't know if I want to jump into the tank with the whales and the sharks, the killer whales and the sharks yet. But a day or two after that, a lot of this stuff started to break with the way he's speaking and the things he's said that he's done. And I was like, damn, I knew I should have did that show. But better late than never, right? The thing that I notice with Andrew Tate is that though he have come from a background of martial arts, MMA, he's successful at that. He brags a lot about how much money he has. And many rich people, especially people that have hundreds of millions of dollars, that's one thing they never do. They never do that. They talk about a lot of things, but people who are rich, very rich, they don't talk about their money. And especially if you work in New York and you work in financial services, there are three things you don't mess with in New York. You don't mess with a man's woman, you don't mess with his gun, and you don't mess with his car. And his money, of course, right? People don't talk about their money. They don't talk about how much they make, things like that. It's just, those are sensitive subjects. And I've observed him and watched how he moves, his personalities, and I never really see him in the jet. I see him walking by the jet. I never really see him in the car. I see him walking by the car. He's a fast talker. I come from sales, so I read body language of people that speaks fast. I understand hustlers. It's a hustler mentality. When I listen to the way he speaks like a pimp. He doesn't speak like red pill. And I went back and I looked at some of the things from where supposedly he had all this fame and accomplishments. And I said to myself, wait a minute. For almost 2 years, from 2020 to 2022 May, where was Andrew Tate? He wasn't in the Manosphere. He wasn't on the white side of the Manosphere. When Kevin Samuels was ascending, as big as Andrew Tate is now, how come he wasn't on the white Manosphere side ascending together with Kevin? Kevin passed away. Rest in peace, Kevin. Kevin passed away in May, and Andrew Tate blew up on the scene in June. I'm like, wait, what's going on? And I'm looking at that pimp pastor. So he is like one of those pimp pastors. Well, no, he's not a pimp pastor. He's just a straight up pimp. And I listened and watched the things that he say and what he do. And one of the things that I observed about how he came on the scene, he blew up coming on the scene straight up off of canceled culture. Like everyone got to, at least to me, on the black side of the Manosphere, he just blew up because he was canceled. But where was his ascent to be canceled? And when you look at his history, his talking points was not red pill talking points. His talking points are pimp points. He talked about hustling women, making false commitments, impressions to women and promises. He's very deceptive. And then he flipped the script when the woman shows up, and he rules by intimidation with his body, his size, and his words. Now, I can't say whether or not he ever touched a woman physically. There are a lot of different things swirling around right now. I'm not going to go that far because he seemed like a very big guy. So if he was to actually click a woman, he would break something. If he hit her in the belly or the midsection, he'll break a rib. Women, they're not strong like that. And definitely if he hit her in the face, she's going to have some problems. So I wouldn't go as far as to say that he is physical, but he uses physicality as an intimidation tactic, and his words and the way he presents his character as an intimidation tactic. And I understand I understand men that move that way because I grew up around men that move that way. When this whole thing started to break, and I saw a video, and supposedly this video was some type of a course that he used to train the people that I guess come to his compound or whatever, and they're paying like $5,000 for a training session and whatnot. And this guy's he's saying things like, hold on a second. When I listen to Andrew Tate, I don't think he's a stupid man. He's a smart man. I don't think he don't have the money that he have, or at least close to the money that he's have. I don't think he don't have some of the cars that he have. I don't know if he have 20 supercars. That's a lot of supercars, right? $500,000 to 1.5 million a piece. That's a lot of money, right? But when I hear a man that is that intelligent, that smart, charismatic, making videos, making statements and videos that are self-incriminating, smart people don't do that. For me, my antennas go up immediately. My analytical mind start looking at different things. Why do people who are smart do stupid things? People who are smart do not do stupid things. They just don't. That's why they're smart. There's a big difference between intelligence and smart. Intelligence just means you have the intellectual capacity to understand complex things. Smart means you have the ability to analyze, make good judgments, and make good actions. It ties together with common sense. Common sense, you don't have to be a college graduate to make good decisions with common sense. You're very analytical. You know how to assess things and come to a solid conclusion and then make a decision. And I said, there's nothing about the way this man moved, the way he speaks, and the accomplishments that he has economically, and definitely the discipline he's had to become a champion in his sport. He's not a stupid man. Why is he making mistake and making confessions about AML? I used to work in banking, so AML, I used to get trained twice a year, every 6 months or so, usually around December, because December, you're coming into the Christmas holiday. November, you have Thanksgiving, and that's usually when people are moving large sums of money, right? So money laundering, the banking internal code is AML, right? So I used to get training in AML twice a year, usually in March, going into right before the tax season, and then right before the Thanksgiving and Christmas season. Banks are very aware of how and where and when people move money and what they look to do. So we always got training to be able to spot certain things. Intelligent people, smart people just do not make video confessions of money laundering. You working in the sex work, you don't really want to put yourself out there publicly when you're working in sex work. And you're using deception and intimidation with women. A lot of things just was not adding up for me in terms of if you didn't look at him and you just listen to him, there's no way you can think that the man that you hear is the same man in the video making the statements that he's making. And I'm going to bring up a video real quick to kind of show you what I'm talking about, because this makes absolutely no sense in my estimation. And then I'm going to elaborate on it a little bit more as let's see, camera, slides, share screen. Okay, let's see. Let me know when you guys can see the okay, I'll bring it up in a second. Okay. If you guys are not subscribed to this brother, A Different Perspective, he has some good commentaries on many things. I've not been tracking him that long, maybe for like the past 2 weeks I subscribed, but he definitely bring out some really good topics. So let's
on himself. We're about to look at the evidence because
let me know, drop a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear.
Has been snitching on himself. We're about to look at the evidence because, heck, all of this can be used against him, and it will be. Let's watch.
When you say webcam company, people assume, oh, it's just a sex fest. But in reality, it's a shitload of people management. The HR category of the webcam business is the largest and most important thing. You're effectively taking girls, teaching them how to make unlimited money from home, and then making sure they give it all to you. Your goal is to inspire a girl to make money. So the way you're going to do that is you have to have some element of influence, and you're going to have that element of influence through her respecting you, looking up to you, and her believing she needs you. And this is extremely important because at the beginning, she will need you. but then she won't need you. But you have to keep that fallacy, keep that dream alive.
Fallacy. That's his word. And what is fallacy? Fraud.
That's a pimp.
Nah, that's big pimping right there. As soon as I heard Andrew say, you have to keep these women thinking and feeling like they need you, even.
Okay. The first thing, thank you guys, David H, Body and Soul, Mac Cool, 456, 7, 456 is CeeLo. Drop the 7, man. That's a winning hand. John M, Eugene. That is not red pill communication. That's Andrew Tate. That is not red pill. That's pimping. See, like my coming from New York was hustlers and gamblers. Chicago is pimping. Brooklyn is stick-up boys, and the Bronx are gangs. I know my hood. Pimping don't come from New York. But I had a guy, a martial arts trainer back in the day, and he was a pimp. And I know pimp talk. You don't agree with me, Jay Spence? Okay. I hope you'll come up on the panel if you'd like to have a further conversation. Using women for the profit of money is pimping. This is just digital pimping. Video pimping, online pimping, but it's pimping. And the way he controls his business is that everything operates in-house. He brings them there, he controls the operation, and it runs in-house. Let's continue. See, the thing is, because
after they don't need you, immediately it had me thinking about this book right here. Iceberg Slim, Pimp, a pimp story right here. Immediately had me thinking about this book. Mind you, I haven't read this book yet. I don't intend to use it for evil. See, it hasn't been opened yet. I haven't flipped through these pages yet. But I heard Dave Chappelle tell a similar story about this book that Andrew just said in that clip. What I'm getting from this is that Andrew Tate was a pimp. Now, some may say, no, it's different because it was webcam. No, it's no different because.
See, and that's the thing that I remember back in the mid-90s when the laws of the United States were trying to play catch up because from 1996 to 2000, when we had the tech market crash on Wall Street, the technology was moving so fast. Like when you had Amazon was putting Barnes and Nobles out of business because brick and mortar stores were just failing. People could just buy something online and have it delivered to their house in 24 hours or 48 hours. They don't have to go outside. So the growth of things online was extremely quick. And because of that, many legislatures were slow to move on how to make laws to really go from the physical world into the digital world. What he does is what used to be the physical world. Now he does it in a digital world. If you have a brothel, you can only have maybe 25, 30 girls in a place. If they're working 8 to 10 hours, but so many customers can come in and out of that place. If you're online and people are just paying for you to see the woman do different things and conversations and touches herself or whatever, you can have thousands of people viewing. And if they're having communication, direct communication with some guys would be dropping money. This is pimping. This is not red pill. This is pimping. Red pill is about the awareness of how the world operates and how women move. And whether you want a relationship, whether you want to be married, or whether you want to just date, red pill gives you the understanding of how to move and interact. I wouldn't say safely, but different from the fairy tale or traditionalism that we have been raised to know, and how now things change. So it's an awareness to make you understand better how to move in the world safely. You know, take your own risk. If you choose to get married, take your own risk. If you choose to deal with a single mother, take your own risk. Is OnlyFans pimping? OnlyFans is sex work, but there's no pimp. There's no man that or woman, right? There's no man or woman that the women who are registered to OnlyFans answer to. They just open their account and they're their own pimp. They pimp and run their own business. They don't have a madame that they answer to or a pimp that they answer to, right? And he had a recruiter, very similar to, what's the guy named that, what's his name? The guy that got killed a couple of years ago that had that island with those young children, young girls, and all these big politicians and whatnot was Epstein. Epstein had a woman who was his recruiter. Andrew Tate has a recruiter also who is a woman. And most pimps will tell you when they create a stable, there's always a woman that's the head of the stable. Because they're the one that make it safe for girls to come in. And then once they're in, how they operate the business. And it's a mind game. He used the mind game with his body intimidation tactics as well. And then his words on how he speak. If you notice how he speak, he's very crisp. He's sharp. He doesn't speak complete sentences. He say short quote-like statements. But what I observed from looking at that, and then when I saw this video, I want to get to, there's a part in this video that I want to get to, so bear with me, and then I'll really...
You're selling women's bodies for men's pleasure. It's the same sort of thing, whether they're touching them or not. This is just a different form of prostitution. And hell, after hearing everything that Andrew Tate said in this video, I wouldn't put it past him that he was actually selling some of the women off.
I knew some street pimps. I've known them for a long time. Straight street pimping is completely, in fact, no, it's not a completely different game. The psychological aspect is the same. She can't do this without you, to ensure that she doesn't do it without you. In the beginning, she can, but there'll become a point she can't. But you being here, it synergizes this teamwork energy. We're going to do this together. Yeah, you go on the camera. Don't worry. I'll talk to the guys. I'm going to talk to them. We're a team. Happy, positive teamwork. There's no negative energy in this business.
You imagine you talking to this.
Okay. Let me see if I can address some of these chats too. Jay Spence says, what do you think all singers and young rappers have? They have handlers. They have managers. They're not, see, pimping, we can't change the meaning of words, right? A handler is like a manager that kind of keeps certain things away from you so you can focus on what your craft is to perform at your highest level. He's not, the handler is not selling the guy. The guy signed a contract with a music house. And then he has to perform. And in doing so, because he is the master of his art, his talent, his craft, but he's not a master at business to run all the different things and be in multiple places to handle other things that needs to be done in the operation. It's no different than if you were rich and you had 2 children and you had a nanny that take care of your children. A nanny is not a pimp. A business handler is not a pimp. A pimp has a specific definition on what it represents, and it's specific to an industry. So keep that in mind. Don't just, all things or some things don't translate in every place the same way. So it's good to understand. Someone else had made a comment and said, let me see if I can pick up that comment. Elvis, he says, OnlyFans have managers. I guess OnlyFans girls have managers that manage their OnlyFans account too. The biggest ones in the world have managers. Absolutely. But that's sense. But she hired them. A manager is not, the manager is managing the business. If you're making 50 grand a month, 100 grand a month, you need other people to do other things so you can focus on what you need to do. You can't be the technician. You can't be loading the videos. You can't be an editor. You can't be doing all those things. You'll burn yourself out. Get the people that has the talent to do the things so you can perform and grow your business and do well. People who try to do everything in their business sometimes end up failing. Mr. Sage is misinformed on Andrew Tate. That's quite possible. What I'm not misinformed about is the words that are coming out of his mouth. See, the thing is that when you talk about the publicly on video, how you run a pimp business, a sex work business, you have to be careful what you say because you're threading the line of illegality. And you have to be very careful that you don't cross that line. And whether you cross the line or not, sometimes perception becomes reality. And he's smart enough to know the difference between perception and how perception can become reality. He's in the entertainment business. Sex work is entertainment business. Let's continue.
Hot blonde girl, and you webcam with her and you sending her messages and you find out it's actually just a bald-headed top G on the other side.
You have to be positive. So by you typing for the girl, you maximize your money, and also she believes she needs you, which is extremely important. Another reason you use C.I.A. is because they will pay you in Bitcoin. And this is amazing because you've all seen the thought audit shit that's going on. You've all seen the fucking legalities of banking. Trying to get money out of these sites into your bank without paying a shitload of tax is actually very difficult.
See, it's that whole avoiding taxes.
This right here,
it's not legal to do that.
In the last 6 months, C.I.A.
Now, I come from financial services. Evading taxes, that's criminal, bro. Teaching people how to evade taxes, that's criminal. There's privacy, and then there's secrecy. Privacy is legal. Secrecy is illegal. And you have to know the terms. And the thing is, I'm not sure what his age is there. He's a young looking guy, so I'm assuming he's probably maybe just 30, 31 at this stage, or maybe he's a little older, but he looks young. But he's smart enough to know to hire the people around him to coach him to say the right words, where he can thread the needle, but never go over the line. And what he's talking about is moving funds instead of moving funds through the bank, moving it through an uncontrolled financial system, an unmonitored, unchecked financial system. That's evading. That's making money from different parts of the world and moving money over different parts of the world. That's illegal. So it's one thing if he was just in a personal conversation, sitting, talking to some friends. But this is part of what he does in training people and what people pay for. I don't have a problem with much of what he say. I am very confident in myself, and I allow men to be men. I know men who are very physical with their woman, very intimidating. So the way he moves and the way he speaks is not unusual for me in my observation. The problem I have is when smart people make statements like this, in my mind, that does not make sense. You don't become a man that is worth $200 million at this age and being stupid. It just doesn't happen. Let me continue.
Have released the Bitcoin option. So they'll pay you in Bitcoin. Tax is also another important element for controlling your woman. You're not going to pay anybody tax because you're getting paid in Bitcoin. So you don't need to pay tax to anybody. Tell your girl that you're paying the tax because girls are lazy and girls are stupid. and girls don't understand how taxes work. So the girl's working with you, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, we made this much money, but I'm going to pay the tax to make sure we don't get in trouble. She'll sit there and go, okay, okay. Now that allows you to do two things. One, it's another control element. If I work with him, my tax is not a problem. If I do it alone, I have to deal with taxes. Taxes are complicated. It allows you to pay her a smaller percentage. So
now, if you're listening to the way he's speaking, like I said, short, fragment-like sentences, incomplete statements. Also, he's stating directly or very clearly the purpose of what he's saying and what his intent to accomplish. And the intent to accomplish is to evade paying taxes. That is a criminal act. See, if you intend to do something, whether you actually complete it or not is irrelevant. If you try to kill somebody and your gun jam, that's still attempted murder. It's still attempted murder. So how you use your words is very important. Still waiting for the CIA dots to connect. Elvis, hang in there, baby. I'm coming. Thank you for your patience. Pretty short bus thinking IMO. Is that supposed to be short burst? Let me just bring something out that I think you guys need to kind of like be aware of. From the day Kevin Samuels passed away, I never believed for one moment that Kevin died of natural causes. I never believed that. And I still don't. Kevin Samuels had to be moved. He had to be moved out the way. When you look back on the investigation that goes into to Andrew Tate, it's more than 24 months, 30 months. That puts you in 2019 or late 2018. They had information on him almost 3 years ago. My perception is that Andrew Tate is being used for this purpose. Let me show you what I mean. I saw this stream from a very popular white Manosphere content provider. I think it was either Sunday or Monday. And I didn't get the scream, I just got the shot. Can you guys see this? Are you guys able to see the new frame that I just put up or no? Let's see. Do you guys see where it says, this is the end of the Manosphere? You guys can see that? This is the rational male. Forgot the name of the brother that he has a conference every year. Thank you, Eugene. Craig Beats, thank you. Johnny M as well. Rollo. Yes, Rollo Tomase, thank you. Greg Adams and I have a very similar mental problem. I'm terrible with names. I'm so terrible with names that I'll meet a girl, I'll talk to her, get a name, 5-10 minutes, I walk away, and I already forgot her name. I got a good buddy right here, and I called him for New Year's or Christmas. His wife answered the phone, and I've known him for a decade, and I still don't know his wife's name. I'm terrible, especially with female names. I'm bad. But when it comes to business, I don't forget shit. When it comes to business, my mind is wired a certain way. When it comes to business, I don't forget nothing. When it comes to a woman and her name, come in one ear, out the next ear in a minute. But why would he put this thumbnail up? Because it doesn't matter if he's guilty. And I think that's what you guys have to realize. It doesn't matter if he's guilty or not. That's not the point. There's an objective. What's the objective? And who was it that said just a minute ago he wants to see how I'm going to connect the dots? My perception is that whether it's CIA or FBI, but since he operates outside of the United States, CIA got jurisdictions outside of the United States. My perception is that he has a plea deal. My perception is that he was trained for the past 18 months in red pill talking points. And then after Kevin was taken out, they brought him in and they were going to use his discredited background. He got a plea deal. He got a plea deal. They're going to take him down, but he's being used to scar and damage not just the greater manosphere, the black manosphere, because the ascension is on the black side of the manosphere. I mean, you know how we are. Whatever we do, we kind of take it over. The black manosphere has really been making inroads into damaging feminism, LGBT ideas, returning to a family structure, changing the society back to something where men and women can be in relationships together and not this hodgepodge of I'm a woman, I'm not a woman, I'm a cis, I'm a this. I mean, I don't even know all the different parts of what you can be or call yourself. Yes, there is a black side. No. I thought it was just incels going overseas. I'm overseas. I came overseas 15 years ago. I've been to at least 10 countries. I've been to all the countries in Central America. I lived in Africa for 6 months. I've been to France. I've been to Marrakesh. Where else have I been? Well, obviously, I'm in Honduras now. I haven't been to South America yet. Manosphere is 85% dust, regardless of race. It's not. See, the thing is, when you say dust, are you talking about the ideas or the person? Clarify that a little bit, Dusto. Scam likely. Scam likely is correct. Manosphere is dust. Well, you know what? Where I came from in Harlem, I was broke. And I changed my life. I went to college. I learned a skill. I went to work. My first job, well, not my first job, my second job. I don't even know what I made my first job. But my second job, which was 6 months later, I made $11,000 a year. That was in June of 1980, I think. In December, I got a raise. I went to $16,000 a year. January of the next year, 81, I believe. American Express sent me the green card. Had a $25,000 a month charge. I'm hoping you guys know the difference between a charge card and a credit card. The charge card, American Express, like Diners Club, when you use it, if you spend $10,000, the bill is $10,000. There's no payments, right? You have to pay back everything in full. But it's an unlimited credit line or spending line. Within a year from I got that raise, I requested a promotion. I got an in-house promotion, and I requested a designer position. So I had to go in the field to get a designer's position. I trained. I was supposed to be there for 6 months. I was in Illinois at Commonwealth Edison's nuclear facility in Byron, Illinois. When I went there, it was very eye-opening. I went looking for an apartment. And the way Illinois is set up in that state, in that part of the town, there's a black side of town and there's a white side of town, separated by, I think, Alpine Road. My buddy took me into the black side of town. I'm like, boy, get me out of here. I am not coming from New York to go into a hood that looked like something out of a slave movie. And I went back on the white side of town. I found a nice condo. The guy that owned it had a store in the mall. I went to the mall, told him I liked the place. He gave me the keys. He said, I'll get the money later. I signed the lease 2 days later. He just gave me the keys, a white boy. So where you come from, has nothing to do with where you can end up. And I think one of the things that we should not be so quick to do is limit people who want to be better. Online, you can have almost no skill, but if you have no practical skill, you're not an engineer, you're not a doctor, you're not a pipe fitter, you're not a plumber, you're not an electrician, you're not a finisher, for woodwork or apartment building or whatever. You may not have a skill of that level, but if you have creative skills, communication skills, media skills, you can make money. So you may start out dusty and in a room or in a bathroom, and 2 years later, you could be living in a big house. And I think we should not be so quick. We're very quick to talk down at each other. And I don't like that. I really don't like that. But I'm not going to stop anyone from doing it. But I think people who off the cuff belittle people who look like them, there's something inside of you that you're unhappy with. Ground Trader says Tate's father, Emery Tate, was a C.I.A. No way. Come on, man. You're shitting me. Tate chose to become a kickboxer, not following his father's footsteps. Now you're saying Tate is C.I.A. See, I didn't even know that. This theory doesn't make sense. Oh, it's making a lot more sense now that you told me that. You know why? Because the ending of what I was going to say as it pertained to this is going to make a lot of sense. And I wish I hadn't read that, because now you're going to think that what I'm going to say was influenced by that. No, I already had that. I already came to that particular conclusion. He's being used to damage or destroy the Manosphere, to stain the image of the Manosphere. Let me tell you, you know what I found out recently? I didn't find out. We kind of knew, but now that the documents are coming out from the White House or from the federal government, State Department, under the Freedom of Information Act, now we know it was the FBI that killed the president of the United States back in 1964? We always knew or speculated that they were the one that killed Malcolm and Martin Luther King. A month and a half ago or 2 months ago, the two men that went to jail for killing Malcolm X, one died, the other one was freed, and he got $36 million settlement. You see, the thing is, the way the laws are set up with the freedom of certain documents in the United States, it has to be 50 years before they can release it. You know what happens after 50 years? Everyone who is a grown adult, 30s or 40 years of age, they're either very old or dead. The new generation, we weren't born in that era. We don't really make that connection. JFK, thank you very much, John M. Who did I think killed him? I always thought it was CIA. because he and Martin Luther King was getting together and they were going to actually do something to change America and make it really equal. They took them both out. And if you know angles, if you're good in geometry and you know angles, shots came from two directions. You have to be a marksman to shoot a moving car with a man sitting next to his wife, put a bullet in his head, knock out the complete back of his skull, and don't touch his woman. You're beyond expert. That's sniper capability. No average man that shoots well could do that. And if you haven't shot a weapon, I've shot rifles, I've shot handguns. I used to go skeet shooting back in the day. And shooting moving objects is extremely difficult to be accurate. But my speculation, Jesse Jackson had a hand in Malcolm. Well, that speculation had been around for a while too. Just like the speculation that Farrakhan had a hand in Malcolm X. See, the thing is that as technology gets better and we have the advantage of hindsight, and now we have factual information, like a guy like me, I could look at things and I can put the pieces together, right? Now, I'm not no investigator and I'm not trying to prove nothing. Greg Beats. I didn't hear that. Did he say it on a video? If he did, and you know the name of the video, I'd like to go back and see that. I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it. And if he didn't take the money, you remember that movie with Riddick? When the bounty hunter came and got him out of the prison and he was trying to negotiate to get more money, he wound up being locked in the prison, having two of those space wolves on his ass. He was like, I should have took the money. Yeah. If they can't buy you out, they take you out. That's how America rolls. Jesse switched rooms with MLK. Well, he didn't get shot in the room. He got shot on the balcony. So he could have came out any room and stood where he stood. But, you know, on knowing what we know now with regard to that history from 50-something years ago, even if we were framed to think a particular outcome of how situation played out, I think we should at least asterisk those who were implied to be culpables. Because the easiest way to keep us divided and hating each other is to put the image that we are the ones that are destroying and killing each other. By the time 50 years come out and the truth come out, everybody who was alive back then is old or dead and doesn't mean they can't do nothing about it. And the young people today don't give a shit about it. A group of person may always be at the bottom, if not. Where do you get that philosophy from? No. That a group must always be at the bottom. Do you mean that there should always be workers in a society? Well, everybody can't be rich, right? If everybody was rich, there would be no rich. That would just be normal. If everyone was a millionaire, the term millionaire wouldn't even exist. We'd all just have millions. We would all just be average income. no different than 42,500 is the mean income for black people. You could just flip that. If every black man made $1 million and every white man made $1 million, $1 million would just be the average income. So as I was saying, right, and I'm glad the brother that brought out the fact that his father was CIA, because this seemed to me like a CIA op. Hands down, that's what I picked up. This is a CIA op. They get to Andrew Tate gets to clean up his record, gets to a short sentence, and at the same time, he become the most toxic looking type man speaking red pill and pimping, which is pimping is associated with taking advantage of women, things that women are crying about daily, how they're abused. And when a man comes and records confessions about how he does what he does with women and how he intimidate them, how he hired them, how he tell them you're going to get a certain percentage, and then he goes, no, you know what, I'll take care of the taxes for you, so I'm going to take more of your money. He's not going to file the taxes. So now these young ladies are they're going to be caught up in tax evasion situation. 10 years from now, 95 of the attention is on Andrew Tate. Absolutely. But Andrew Tate is being associated with Manosphere, red pill, which he's not. But that's the association that's being made in the psychology of the social space of our society. Because when they now speak about Andrew Tate, they say, well, he's not the only one. There are others that speaks just like him. So now they're making two different things look like it's the same. And in the end, whether he's found guilty or not, he's going to go into one of those protection program and he's going to disappear. As fast as he appeared, he's going to disappear. We'll never hear from him again. He's not going to die. When you listen to his red pill talking points, they're package. He seemed like he is package. I understand fast sales talk people. I've been in sales for more than 25 years. I've sold cars, I've sold houses, and I've sold equities on Wall Street. I've traded commodities, and I've been in many different training programs for sales. And there are different types of salespeople. There are salespeople who are, back in my day when I grew up in sales, we used to have something called the first call close, right? Meaning that you could get a client or prospect on the phone, you get into a conversation with them, and within 20 minutes to a half an hour, you could close a deal and have him transfer an account for $3 million or $5 million, have the back office send out the papers come back in, the account is settled in 72 hours. That's settlement on Wall Street, right? That's first call close. And guys who are very good at first call close speaks like that. I'm good at it too, but my sales tactics are different. But I know how to do it as well. And one of the best training for first call close is to be able to meet a woman, get a phone number, or take her home, or take her to the hotel. If you could meet a woman on the first night and take her to the hotel, and she's not like a type of girl that sells herself for money, because for you to become that good, you have to get rejection every day, rejection every day, rejection every day. When I started in the business, let me see, I don't have anything right here, right? When I started at Berkeley Securities, they used to give me a box like this. If you guys can see it. Let me see if I can bring myself up bigger. Yeah. They will give me a box like this. There were cue cards, and they had contact information, if the person, the name of his business, male or female, contact phone number, and I would have to call, make 400 calls a day. And out of those 400 calls, I should have at least 10 to 20 contacts. Well, I should have at least 20 contacts, and out of those 20 contacts, I should have between 5 to 10 leads. And after you can do that successfully for 6 months, you should be ready to start opening your own accounts, because usually you're trained by another broker and you're getting the leads for him and he's opening the accounts. So 6 months later, he will give you 4 accounts or 5 accounts so you could go start your business, and you start building your book of business. And then when the new rookies come in 6 months later, one of them are going to work for you and help you build your book, right? So when you make 400 calls a day for 6 months, you learn to have an answer for everything. You're not intimidated. You know why? Because out of 400 calls, 300 and something, you're going to get cursed out. You're going to get hung up on. Your feelings going to get hurt. Your feelings has got to do with nothing. And the best way how to nullify your feelings, to not be emotional when you get on the phone with the client, is you learn how to talk to women, because women know how to reject men, insult men. A woman could just look at you with her eyes and look you up and down and turn her face, and you feel like a piece of shit. No. Yes, it is. Okay, that's a different conversation. So understanding how someone could be trained to learn certain tactics, words. He was, to me, it seemed like he was trained and packaged to speak the red pill talking points. He doesn't have to know all of it. He just needs to be able to use elements of red pill, because coupled with the news that's coming out about him. See, the thing is, if it was a reporter telling you about what he did, that's speculation. We don't know the intent of the reporter or the business he works for, whether it's New York Times or whatever, right? But it's coming out of his own mouth. He's telling you what he does. This is part of the deal. He had to say these things because they needed enough information so they can say, yes, see, this guy's guilty. And I don't know if he's going to get off on a technicality, he's going to win this case, or he's going to be found guilty on one or more things. He may not be found guilty anything to do with the sex trafficking, but they may get him on tax evasion. Tax evasion is how America can break you down. So they might take 100 million out of his 200 million. But his father's ex-CIA, they got connect, they know who he is. He's being used for an operation. And the operation is to shut this whole manosphere talking point, men revolting, black, white, Latino, Asian, whatever. He could potentially set back the progress of the shift in the society for 3 to 5 years. Once the damage is done, the damage is done. It's irrelevant. Now you have to pick your foot up from your bootstraps, dusty, like my man said. Now everybody is dusty. Everybody that's in the red pill manosphere space, ancillary to the manosphere space, however you may link in or not link in, if you're talking about relationships, if you're talking about women changing their behavior and men improving themselves and marriage and family and, this alphabet soup, keep that over there. If they can nullify that and make it seem as though that this whole space is about toxic men, and we're not really about finding relationships, what we're about is trafficking women. What do black women say on TikTok about black men who go overseas? They say they're predators and they're trafficking young girls. What is the image that Andrew Tate is projecting? Same thing. So he gives you the physical image. You see the cars, you see the jet, you see the compound, you see the women. Then you see him in a video telling you exactly what he do and how he do it. Basically, he's making a confession. That's a confession. No man that is astute and sharp and as talented as he is would make a video using those specific words. It don't go together. Men don't rat on themselves. And he's far too intelligent to rat on his own self. Speculation can be debated. That's why you get good lawyers. You could spend $50 million and beat speculation. But when you make confession statements out of your own room or wherever he is, you can't say that wasn't me. You can't say that's not what I meant, because you know what? They could paint a picture. These are your words. You evaded tax. You move money through Bitcoin. And these girls are now turning on you and they're coming out saying these things. Whether what the girls say is true or not is irrelevant. The point is, it paints the picture. Now society is saying, these people over here, these men over here are associated with him. And for me particularly, I always take a reserved position when I see certain things. I'm not quick to jump on things, because I know that how things happen, particularly in the United States, things happen through ulterior motives. Nothing just happened by accident. Things are planned and executed. He didn't just come, it's like I could go to Kevin's website, Kevin Samuel's website, and I can go to his old videos from 2017, and I can look at that little white wall that he had in that little room that he had, with a bullshit camera that he had, with a crazy ass haircut that he had, with not a 5 o'clock shadow, but back in the day when some men used to shave it all off. I can see that. And I can see his progression. I can see the type of colognes that he used to advertise, promote, and I can see his ascent, how he grew, how he improved, how he got better. When you go back beyond 2020 and you look at Andrew Tate, you see this. You don't see nothing about him talking red pill. He's talking about his business that he runs, and how to grow it and how to build it. And how other men, if you want to open up a business like this is what you have to do. Okay, let's see here. Okay, Genesing for More, the Passport Bros leader. Okay, pretty, and this is the thing that, we tend to do. Leader? No. A 23-year-old is not leading something that started over 20 years ago. He's the poster child. And the reason why he is the poster child is because he destroy, how can I say, the metrics, not matrix, the metrics. He's about 6 foot tall, 6'1". He's good looking. He makes decent money. He's not intimidated in talking to women. Most women will give him a conversation, whether they'll go out on a date or go home with him. That's irrelevant. They'll at least give him a conversation. So he doesn't fit the metrics of being a Dusty. So for that, and his influence is not See, if you had like old dudes like me and other old guys that are 40, 45, 50, 60 years old going overseas, I would say, you're a dusty old dude. You ain't getting no sex, yada, yada, yada. You going over there buying sex from young girls. But he is a young man, 23 years old, good looking, and can pull almost any girl. He has to come down. And the woman that made that blog article on him, she was a black feminist. She was a black feminist. She's no different than the black woman here in America. She was a black feminist. But Jennison Forbore, he's not the leader, he's the poster child. You know, improve your vocabulary so you can state it correctly. He's being investigated by who? See, when you make statements like this is slander, bro. And we do that with each other. Why do we do that with each other? Because you don't like what you see in the mirror. That's why. If you love what you see in the mirror, you would frame or withhold slander in a man. It's no different than Me Too, right? If a woman said, "Oh, you sexually harassed me," or "You did this to me," you didn't do nothing. You were walking down the street. She had a nice body. You looked and you kept stepping. She take a picture. Boom. She got you looking at her. Traffic cam got you looking at her. 2 seconds. In the UK, they're passing a law that'll get you arrested, bro. You can get 2 years if convicted in jail. Oh, yeah. Be careful what you say. He's not being investigated at all. And if you know what's going on in Brazil right now, the last thing they're thinking about is him. That country is about to almost go into a revolution because of the new president that's there right now. Lula, right? I am a effing bro old ass man. Well, that's your description of yourself, right? I state my age all the time. I'm an older guy, no doubt about that. But you know what I find? Most of the women that I date are in their mid-20s. Most of the women that I date are in their mid-20s. And if I go out, this today, Wednesday, if I go out tomorrow or Friday to Terramar or the street on the beach, all the girls out there are going to be young girls. They're going to be between 19, 20, 21, college girls or business women, attorneys or whatever. Some of them, I know most of them because I go to the bank. I see them in different places around town. Joe Hennison, 4. Maybe your pecker don't work. They have something in this country called Giffity. Maybe I'll start a business and I can send you some. Make your shit stand up, boy. What? You don't need no Viagra. It's natural roots produced by the Africans, the black Africans over here. Cost you about 400 pesos, which is like $20. Take a shot once a day. When you get into bed with your lady, you rock her like you were 30. And I'm 65. And I don't have no problem. I do not take Viagra. I have tried it, but I do not take it. Ever since I've been here 15 years ago, I've never bought a Viagra pill. Never. Lee got jokes. Yeah, I do got jokes. You know, I like you guys because you guys have stuck with me for a long time and I'm kind of getting loose and you kind of get my humor a little bit. I'm very sarcastic with my humor and some people get offended with my humor. So my friends get to really see who I am because I can let loose and they're not going to turn. I'm a dirty old man. No, I like my woman clean, baby. I like my woman clean. Dirty? I take 2 showers a day at least, sometimes 3. Now, I didn't say I bring home every woman that I meet, but I'm telling you that the women I date, they're in their mid-20s. And more times than not, they approach me. They say hi. Matter of fact, there's a girl here. She's a model. She models. She's on Facebook. She's different places here. She works at one of the businesses where I go. She came out to party the other night. She saw me in the club in Terra Mall. When she saw me, she worked in a bank. Yeah, she worked in a Banca de Trabajadores, right, which is the workers' bank, employers' bank. When she saw me, she just ran up to me and grabbed me and hugged me and kissed me on the cheek. Of course, she's not my woman, right? Fat. I don't use the word fat. I use the word baby elephant. That was my personal word for women that exceeded a 12 or 14 size dress. I don't do baby elephants. So I've never fucked a fat girl in my life, ever. Now, I know I've heard in this space, people say everybody had a fat girl. Now, I came up in a different time, man. I've never had a fat girl ever, ever. And when I was in New York, for a matter of fact, my last girlfriend, when I was in New York, she was Dominican. She was 19 years old. And I was 40. And she pushed up on me. And she wanted to have my baby. But I had just gotten out of a divorce like 2 or 3 years ago. And I was like, no, I am not looking to get married. And I'm not looking to have no kids. So I had to keep her at a distance. But she was fine as hell. Let me tell you something, man. Women, they like them diabetically. I don't know how old you are, KGY. But I tell you, at 65, I could beat you in a 100-yard dash. I used to run for Hunter College. And I just finished teaching at the high school. I used to teach at 2 high schools. And Alutech, when I took my students to Alutech for the basketball championships, I did a track with one of my students. And it was a female, and I busted her up. They took a video of it because they thought they thought she was gonna beat me. She was the captain of the volleyball team. They thought she was gonna beat me and put it on Facebook. And when I beat her, they were like, I said, give me the video, sir. She deleted it. I'm like, I used to run 4 miles a day. I used to live right on the beach. I go right down to the Navy base, and I used to run 4 miles every day, 5:30 in the morning. And then I do a 30-minute swim, and I go back home. Now I don't go to the beach anymore because I'm too far away, but I just joined a new gym back in November, December. So I'm in shape, bro. I stay in shape. I've trained in martial arts. I used to be a wrestler. I tell you, I used to run for Hunter College. I used to run the 100-yard dash. I used to run the 440 relay. And sometimes I would do the 880 relay. I was on the swimming team. But the day of competition, I don't know if you guys could see it, but I had a scar right here. Almost cut my thumb off. The week before competition, they put a cast on my hand, so I couldn't do the swimming competition. But yeah, I'm an athlete, bro. I stay in shape. Besides, I used to like to fight when I was young, so you got to be in shape if you're going to fight. And I still stay in shape now. But there are some older guys that are not in shape. Diabetes, I don't know what that's like. High blood pressure, I don't know what that's like. Don't. I could run a mile, not at full speed. I run a mile now at between 10 to 12 minutes. I used to run 8-minute miles. When I was 40, I used to go on, if you guys know New York, 5th Avenue and what's that, 100 and something street. Yes, CC. Homeboy looking good. I might have to fly up and come to New York or Atlanta. Maybe when JR throw one of those big mixers again, I might fly out next year so you guys can see me in person. I might have to go out and spend some money and get some gear. I don't need no real gear here, but so you guys can see me. Yeah, I used to run when you go over to the reservoir up on what is that, 100 and something street, 109th or 10th Street. No, it wasn't 110. It was anyway, I don't remember anymore. That's years ago. But you used to run with a reservoir. And you run the reservoir 4 times, that was 8 miles. I used to do 8 miles, and 8 times 8 is what, 64? I used to do it under an hour. And my girl used to come with me too. She didn't always survive, but she used to come with me too. I stayed in shape. One thing I don't want to do is collapse on a girl when I'm banging her out. No. I've always been good at putting my woman to sleep, and I like to do it now. And then I get up and I go work at night. I do my best work at night. And Sugar Curls can tell you, I was on the Lapeef show last night, and I have not been to bed yet. I had a 112-page feasibility report to read for an NI 43-101 because I had to submit it to this company. They're trying to put it on a platform of the CME. If you guys know what the CME is, it's the Commodity Mercantile Exchange. I'm trying to put a company on the exchange so we can trade it. It's a commodity firm. I've been up all night. I haven't been to bed yet. Look at my eyes. I'm 64 years old. I wake up 4:30 every day and have been doing so since 1982. When I moved to Illinois, I had to get up at that time to go to work. And I still do it now. My body is trained. I could be drunk, come home at 1 a.m, and I will wake up. I don't even have an alarm clock here. You don't know who you're talking to, bro. I've been all over the world. I've done a lot of things. I've been rich and I've been broke. And right now, I'm broke. So don't look for no money. I'm going to tell you right now. But when I had money, I did a lot of things. I enjoyed my life. I went many places. I had many girls. I had many friends. So the things that I talk about is from my own personal experience or experience of some of the people that I've been around, right? But like I said, with regard to this whole Andrew Tate, I think as Black men, particularly, not so much the women, but as Black men, we should reserve judgment until we know more information. And sometimes we are so emotionally triggered that we're quick to come to final opinions on things that we know very little about. And from my background, making quick snap judgment will get you broke, will get you fired. Will get you fired. I have to make sure that when I give my client advice, it was sound. Doesn't mean every advice they're going to make money. There were times when I lose $30, $40 million in a day and I'm getting cursed out. Every phone call is a bad phone call. But you see, I was trained different. I take the phone calls. You know what the white boys do? They go to the bar and get drunk. I tell my assistant, I need you to get this client, get him on the phone. I don't run away. I run ahead. I run headlong into it. I'm a different kind of dude. And I'm telling you, I don't know when the news is going to come out and how it's going to come out on this dude. But I would almost be willing to bet money. 1, he's not going to go to jail. And 2, he's going to disappear. And he's not going to disappear because he's going to die. He's going to disappear because he's going to go into witness protection. Andrew Tate made a deal. And the deal is to destroy the Manosphere. And that's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Intelligent men, smart men don't do stupid things. And if you know smart people that are rich, and if you hang with them, watch how they move. Smart people, whether it's a woman or a man, smart people don't do stupid shit. And this, hold on one second. One second here. I want to bring that page back up full. Okay, here we go. All right, I want you guys to hear the last part of it before. I think, Dusto, you were trying to come up, right? I'm going to bring you up. Don't worry about it. I just wanted to try to cover.
I used to pay my girl 30%. So for every
Okay, and this is the part where he's going into the tax breakdown on how he deal with the women when he pay them, right?
Taxes are complicated. It allows you to pay her a smaller percentage. So I used to pay my girl 30%. So for every $10,000 they made, I give them 3, and I keep 7. They thought they were on 50%, and I said that the disparity is because of taxes. So you're on 50%, we get to pay the tax first, and then it's 50-50. So really you're paying 30, you tell them you're paying 50, difference is in the tax. That's where the disparity lies, taxes. If they don't believe you, they want to get fresh or whatever, print out some tax forms. I see this all the time. I just print out some random tax forms and say, yeah, sign here and sign this. What is it? What's for the tax? You want to pay the tax or not? Ooh, okay, and they just sign away. They don't know what fucking signing. Let's throw them away afterwards. But they think something's happening. Something real is happening. Nothing's happening besides media relations.
Trafficking, we have 3 things: force, fraud, or coercion. Force, obviously, that's like being in chains and not being allowed to leave. Fraud, being kept there under false pretenses. If there's an element of fraud in the way that you are enticing somebody or keeping somebody in a particular position to work for you, and if it's in the sex business, that's sex trafficking. Or
See, now this is something that I'm sure a lot of us, majority of us, was completely unaware of, and that's the fact that Andrew Tate was putting out 2 forms of content. One, to help elevate men to become the best versions of themselves, and the other was to teach men how to be criminals. Now, for a young man, or anyone for that matter, this could be very confusing to understand how to process.
Okay. Now, the difference between the 2 content that he's alluding to, the 2 content are as far away as possible. The only thing that make them look similar is because it's dealing with men, seemingly to empower men. Saul Lawyer, I am listening to the Better Call. I'm listening to both. And I'm also analyzing and I'm observing and I'm watching. What people do and what people say is very important. And people, with the exception of maybe some rappers, people don't usually lay out their criminal behavior as part of a program where everybody can see it, particularly on video, step by step, how to do this. It's like somebody said, I'm going to train you how to do breaking and entering. You go around to the backyard, you make sure that there's no lights. You find a little small window right before the lock. Take a little hammer and screwdriver, punch a hole in the glass, put a glove on or wrap a towel around your hand, punch in the glass so you don't get cut, stick your hand on the inside, turn the knob, and you can walk right in. And the back door usually is not covered in the alarm system, only the front doors and windows. If you're teaching people how to do that, you're teaching them how to be a robber. Come on, man. This is coming out of his own mouth. No man in his right mind will make those type of statements publicly or any other way. That was filmed deliberately. Matter of fact, I don't know if it's in this video, but there's another video where he's talking to someone. He's laying out this very same content, but there's another video where he's sitting in that blue shirt, and it's giving you more lengthy dialogue. And when he talked, he was speaking to seemingly a girl, but then he didn't say what the business was that he did. He just implied it. And the woman said, "Oh, do you mean cam girl?" No. That was somebody that's in there in that room with him, that's helping him with that conversation. That's a deliberate conversation. That is not an accidental conversation. That is not like the investigators went and found some secret. Obviously, some of the other stuff that they're going to find, text messages and how he, you know, how he moved with the woman. He tell the woman, I'm in love with you. I want you to come out here. I want you to marry me. Yada, yada, yada. The girl comes out there and says, well, you're not going to marry me. You know what you're going to do? You're going to do sex work. And now you can't leave. That potentially could almost be kidnapping. Not that he kidnapped her and brought her there, but kidnapping can also be restraining you from leaving. And he may not have to tie her up. All he has to do is intimidate. Fear can keep people in place. You don't have to put your hands on them. Fear can keep people in place. Exactly, AI Matrix. The algorithm boosts him after Kevin Samuels' death, and that's the point. And I've already heard 4 different content producers. Matter of fact, I think the guy from Ever Something that did that show with Just Pearly Things, he got that Evertainment or something like that. He did a long interview, him and his boy, and I was looking at that. And Andrew Tate came out in June in the red pill talking points. Kevin Samuel died on May 5th. Rest in peace, Godfather. May 5th. And in June, he came out. And how did he come out? He didn't come out like making content. The minute he hit the scene being canceled. How you gonna cancel somebody that you don't even know exists? Come on, man. This is all put together. This is packaged. I smell a rat. Maybe you guys are just not old enough. Maybe you just don't have enough experience. You know, one of the things that you learn on Wall Street, you learn to smell scams. You think guys in the hood be scamming? Shit. You work on Wall Street, that's the biggest scamming place you're going to go, man. People who scamming for millions and hundreds and tens of millions and billions of dollars. I remember this guy came into my boss's office. Funny ass story, Italian boy too. He told my boss he wanted us to recommend a particular company. Now, if you know the rules on Wall Street, institutions, mutual funds, hedge funds, if a stock, pensions, if a stock is trading less than $5, they can't buy it. So the big money guys can't invest in it. So he had a stock that was about $1.50. And he said, look, I need you guys to recommend this stocks to your big clients, the investors, and then I need you guys to push it so it hit $5. Once it hit $5, the investors the institutions will jump in, and then we'll take our profits out. My boss was talking to him, different things. He was like, what's up with this, man? He said, let me tell you something. I got the entire, I'm not going to tell you the state, legislature in my back pocket. And he had a $250,000 Rolex on his arm. White boy. I've seen all kind of scams, bro. I have an ear. I've been around. If you've ever worked 100% commission in your life and you've done it for 18 years and never had a 0 month in production, you know how to win. You know how to survive. I don't get a paycheck. I make my paycheck. There are times I've been at the office and I didn't make, it's Wednesday. The books are closed on Thursday at 3:00. I got no production. Man, I'm in the office until 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. I'm going through my books. I'm checking all the my client's portfolio. I'm looking where the market closed. I know when I come in the next day, I need to put at least $50,000 on the board. I've never had a 0 month in production ever. So if you never worked 100% commission, you can't talk to me, bro. I just don't go in a job and sit for 40 hours and get a paycheck. No, I'm a performer. I make my money. I don't get fired. People who work 100% commission, we don't have no expense on any company. We are the ones that make the company money. Secretaries, back office, they get a check for putting in 40 hours. Sometimes I make my whole commission week in one day. In one day. And the reason why I could tell you the lifestyle that I have is because I made more money than many of you guys have ever seen in life and probably will never see. Legally. I could go out and hang out in places where rappers and drug dealers hang out, and I've got the same money in cash. I got 20 grand in my in my pocket. I'm hanging. When you guys talk about make it rain, we were doing that on Wall Street before it was in the strip club. What are you talking about? We walk into a strip club and we change the whole dynamic. Guys are giving the girls $5, $10, $1. Shit, we dropping 20s. Yeah, we tricking. But you know what? At the end of the night, 4 of us, we walk out of there with 7 girls. I don't give a shit. I live the life that you guys can't even think about. I have more fun. I got more stories. And if I was to drop names, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Matter of fact, one night I ran into Samuel L. Jackson and what's that guy, Dolfini, the Italian guy that used to have The Sopranos? They used to hang out in a very favorite strip spot in New York. They were there every Thursday and Friday, like clockwork. You'd be surprised who I know, bro. Anyhow, I made my statement. There's more to this video, but I don't really want to go into it. And fair use to the brother that I used your video. But I wanted to make a point, and I was trying to get the original video, but I couldn't find it. So I had to use his so I can make my point. Let me take this down. Dusto, good afternoon. How are you, sir? Ran into, no, that says ran into very different than I know. I'm confused. Maybe you're talking about somebody else. I see the quotation. Sage sound like Andrew Tate. Yo, man. If you met me when I was, this is 1998. The crew I roll with, we were boss in New York, bro. We got VIP access to every place. They would call us up. Yo, new spot open up. We need you guys there. You know why? Because we're going to drop 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 grand in a night. El Presidente Cognac cost $125 a drink, and this was back in 1998. It's probably cost twice that or 3 times that now. You might have to pay $300 just for a shot, just a glass. And that's just when we leave work, we go get 2 of those drinks, and then we go someplace to eat, and then we go to hang. Yeah. See, the life that I live, it's you work hard and you play hard and you make crazy money. You know what my boss told me the first day at work? He said, you need to get a fine-ass girlfriend and get a big-ass condo or house. You know why? Makes you hungry. When my bills go up, I don't say, oh, I got to find a cheaper place. No, I got to make more money. I don't think backwards. I don't go regressing. I go forward. And a lot of people, they like that. Hey, Dusto, you sleeping on me, man? What's up? Where's my computer? Wake up, wake up. Add to the stream. I'm bringing you up, my man. How are you?
I'm good. What's going on?
Oh, you since what is this? Today's Wednesday?
Yeah.
So Tuesday morning, 4:30, 5 o'clock. I've been up since Tuesday morning at 4:30.
No, I'm good. I'm all right.
Yeah. And I went to the gym too. But no, I went on Monday. I didn't go Tuesday. I might go tonight when the show is done. He got Dusto in his eyes. Come on, talk to me. So what's your pushback with regard to what I see? And why would you say different? Give me your perspective.
Just a few things. I don't know what your stance is, real Andrew Tate. I think it was just he's absolute dust. Not absolute, but
what do you mean dust?
Because
because the word is used so liberally. You know, 1 minute it means a broke dude, and now you're talking to a guy that's worth $20 million and $200 million and got $20 million cars.
Not anymore.
Whatever.
Somebody else gonna have
Well,
all that. But I mean, you know,
well, until he's convicted, they can't take anything, right? That has to be by law. You can't take anything from someone that they own. You could confiscate it and you can hold it, but until a judgment, they can't do nothing. And usually what they'll probably do is take it as restitution, so it could be part of his settlement, whatever he's going to pay.
yeah, I'm just not with the believe all and the manosphere is here to save the world. Nah. Some
Say
of
again?
it is, I'm not into the believe all men and the manosphere is gonna save the world, and nah.
But is that that's your perspective? You think the manosphere is here to save the world?
No, not even close.
Nah, manosphere ain't thinking about saving the world, man. Manosphere is talking to men who want to improve themselves. All men do not want to improve themselves. Men are lazy. Some men are lazy.
That's true.
When I graduated high school, several of my friends, they said, "Yo, Lee, why don't you just go work for the post office? Why don't you work for sanitation? Why don't you go, to correction? Put in your 20 years and then you get your pension. You could retire. You retired at 45." I was like, "What? You think I'm gonna work for 30? Back then it was like $30,000 a year. What?" I knew my worth then. All the stuff you guys talked about, that was me. That was me. I made myself. And you know what? I'm 60 something years old now. If I decide I really want to get, and Gerald will tell you, I've been debating whether or not I really want to jump into this whole situation online, both feet in. I don't like to lose. And I know if I jump into this, I'm probably going to be very good.
What do you mean?
The only thing is I don't like controversy. Say again?
Oh, you don't like controversy?
No, I don't like controversy.
Oh, you're in the wrong place.
That's my point. That's why it took me so long to make a decision. Who has a course, Sage or Tate? I don't have a course, no.
Trolls gonna eat you alive. You don't like controversy.
Who? Tate?
No, the trolls. They'll eat you alive if you don't like controversy.
Well, I'm not worried about the trolls so much. I just don't want to go viral. I don't need to be famous. I just need to make a little bit of money. I don't need to be famous. Now, if I was in my 30s or 40s and I still had, more years ahead of me, then I'll be out there like that. But it's not like I'm looking to get married. I ain't looking to get more kids. No. I just want to travel, have my fun. I'm thinking maybe in the spring I might want to go down to Pattaya and go check out my man Richie Mack. Spend a month down there or something, right? So, but yeah, I'm just right. Kima, yes, I am new. I'm new to this whole. Oh, you're new. What does the host do for a living? I live my life and I spend the money that I have. If you're referring to me, yeah. I retired at 50, 15 years ago. Yes. Omega Dreads, yes. I retired at 50. Even though I lost $4.5 million, I still retired at 50. And who knows? I might make it back this year. And if I make it back this year, you think Anton is arrogant? You ain't never seen. Man, I would make Anton look like a child. Arrogant? The Wall Street crew that I roll with, we were the most arrogant motherfuckers in New York. Oh, yeah.
No, never mind.
Say it. Come on. Why do people like to ask that intrusive question? I'm not sure what that question, that might be to somebody else, right? Clarify. Greetings, Sean Robbins. No class, usually. Coming like MJ wearing a 45. Yeah. No, I come from a life where, and this was just not black guys. These were white guys. Yo, white guys are gangster. I remember, like, there are black strip clubs in New York, and there's a couple of white strip clubs in New York. And Scores was the biggest one. And one of the biggest broker on Wall Street, he invited us one night. When we got to the door, there were two big ass white boys, bro. They looked at us. They're like, we think you're at the wrong spot. I'm like, no, we're at the right spot. Check the list. Our name is on it. So our name wasn't on it, but the name of the firm was on it. And we walked in. That night, he left the girls $25,000 for a tip. That was a bond trader. If you want to make crazy money, become a bond trader. If you got a son that's about 8, 9 years old, especially if he's a big guy, tall. Most bond traders are big guys. Like the movie that Will Smith played in. What's the name? Hey, you sleeping? What's his name? Gaines? I met him, but I don't know him because the bond market and the equity market's on different part of the street. But bond traders is where the money is. You get rich and powerful over there, bro. He gave the girls that night $25,000 as a tip after all the money we spent. And he treated all of us. We had drinks, we had everything. I'm not into white girls, so I don't flex that way, but I can entertain, hang around. Well, I'm not saying, I don't know if I'm the gold standard. I probably was the gold standard. My gold might be a little tarnished. I might need to shine it up a little bit. But yeah, let me get back to the level where I'm pulling down 100 grand a month. I'll show you guys some things. I'll take you some places. There are places in New York that you don't even know exist. Trust me. I like to have fun. Like last night when I dropped it on the show that I had 2 wives. I know some girls think that that's cap. No. After I got my divorce, I told myself I would never be with one woman again, ever. And I told my girlfriends, look, at some point in this relationship, I'm going to take a second wife. Is that a problem? Some said, yeah, and they left. Some said, no, and they stayed. Hit the like button, guys. Let's get the likes up. Let me see where I'm at on the likes. So the thing is, though, when you have money to piss on, and you can really be yourself and not be, I mean, if you're not a rude, nasty, disrespectful, treat people who are less than you like a piece of shit. I've never done that. I don't do that. That's not the way I roll. I treat people with respect no matter what station of life they come from. They could be poor as hell. They could be a beggar on the street. You know how many times I see people on the street that's begging in downtown New York? You know what I do? I walk into a restaurant, I buy them a food, and I bring it. I tell the girl, take them some food. I don't give them money because they're gonna get drunk, right? I just go buy them a plate of food. But you see, I'm like that. I don't see what's the reason to mistreat someone if you've been blessed with good things. That just means you have hate in your heart. If my life is good and I'm happy, I'm going to spread that. Those who are unfortunate and they can't do no better because they're down, at least give them one day of comfort. 2 wives a headache? No, 2 wives are peaceful. 1 wife is a headache. You know why? Because 2 wives, a woman can never manipulate you on sex. Take it right away. Because the minute she don't want to give you sex, you can go to your other wife. And the second wife is always trying to one-upmanship the first wife. They're battling for time. They're battling for gifts. Sometimes you spend time with one, sometimes you spend time with both. Sometimes you take one out, sometimes you take them both out. New Year's night, you can't take one out. You got to take both out. So that was the situation. Monogamy is fake. Well, I don't know if it's fake. I think if you're honest, you don't have the one of the powers that women have over men is that they can always say, you lied to me. You cheated on me. None of my women can ever say that. Not a single woman, at least not past my teenage years, right? When I grew up, I became better as a man. But I don't lie to women. I do not lie to women. If anything, my woman will tell you, sometimes they won't want to ask me the question, how do I look? I look at them like, you want the answer? You know, but no, I don't lie to women because it's not necessary. Because if a woman, and like the conversation started last night, if the woman is down with you and you straight up with her, she'll be down with you. Plain and simple. If a woman is into you, she's into you. If she's not, the money that you have, it's only for the moment, because as soon as she finds what she's really looking for, she's bouncing. For me, the money is pleasure. When I die, I'm not going to take it with me. I don't want my money to go to the government. What the hell? I'm going to live my life and I'm going to have a great ass fucking time. And when I'm dead, my sons are going to get what they're going to get. They ain't going to get shit until I die. What I don't spend, they going to have. As a woman, I disagree respectfully. Is that for me, Cece? Or is that for a different conversation? No king have one woman in history ever. Even men in the Bible never have one wife. That's incorrect. Many men in the Bible had one wives. But there were some men who had more than one, right? Gideon, matter of fact, if you guys know the story of 300, 300 came from the Bible. Gideon is the guy from 300. Go read the story. He had 10 wives and 70 children in the book of Judges. John Robbins, thank you for the super chat, my brother. Thank you for tapping in. Wow, the man had sons. Yes, I got sons. My oldest is 30. Well, he's going to be 37 this year. And my youngest birthday is next month. He's going to be 33. And the youngest is 6'2", and my oldest is 6'4". He's about 260. My sons are huge. But then my dad is huge. My brothers are huge. My cousins are huge. Everybody in my family is huge except me. My sister is a doctor, and my brother is an engineer for BMW. They're smarter than me. I'm the dumb one. But I think as a people, when we see another black person that's down, if we are in a position where our life is comfortable and it's good, take $100 out of your pocket and give it to them. You know, when I first came to Honduras, go ahead, say what you was going to say.
No, I just said no.
You said no? When I first came to Honduras, I went to a restaurant that was near my house. And I like fish. I like red snapper. And I ordered a red snapper. And I didn't have enough money to tip. So I paid for my dinner, and I wasn't conscious of the exchange. And the woman, the girl that served me, Christina, and I still remember her name now, I gave her $5 US dollars as a tip. You know what that did? From that day, I got special service whenever I walked up in there. If I wanted a red snapper, she would get the chef to bring it out and show me exactly which fish I was going to get. My service was great. $5, bro. $5. Change a person for one night. I don't know what bill she may have paid with it or what she bought for her son or her daughter. But $5? Dude, I used to pay, on average, I would pay between $22,000 and $25,000 in taxes a month. A month. I paid more taxes in a month than most motherfuckers make half the year or a year. My tax bracket was 55%. If I made over $160,000, I didn't even see it. The rest of it just went in taxes. I had to make sure I did not go over 160 grand. From a commission standpoint, I did not have enough dependents. I only have 2 sons. The Bible doesn't make sense. To many people, you're absolutely right. I'm not going to debate that. But let me ask you something. Have you ever read a sociology book? If you don't
Yes.
even know the definitions, if you never don't even know the definitions of the word that they're using in sociology, that wouldn't make sense to you either. The first thing you got to do is read the definitions to learn the words, because this is used completely different. You was going to say something, Duster?
No, I thought you were asking me the question.
Oh, no. I was asking the gentleman, what was that, Rem? Let me see who that was. Said, oh, yeah, Remris. He said, the Bible doesn't make sense. The Bible doesn't make sense to many people. But there are many books, whether it's engineering or whether it's some form of science or whether it's even, data technology, writing code. If you don't know it, you're not going to understand it. Different books are written differently for different professions. Let's see. And one mistake in that ancient technology can destroy an empire. Well, the bombs that we have today are like, what? 10, 20, 30 times more powerful than the one that was dropped on Hiroshima. One of those will take out half the United States. And there are a lot more than one pointed at the United States. Not everyone is humble enough to understand the Bible. The Bible has nothing to do with humility. The Bible is a book of knowledge. And ironically, it gives you the instructions on how to read it. Most people don't know where to find the instructions so they can understand how to read it, because most people have probably never read the Bible from cover to cover. The Bible, because the Bible isn't in English, what world are you in? Virtually anything can be translated these days. You can do it right online. All right. So that's not an issue. But I don't want to talk about the Bible. I thought someone else wanted to come up. Somebody had said something earlier about I was totally wrong with regard to Andrew Tate. Dude, if you don't believe in something, don't worry about it. It's like a few months ago, there was this old dude that came up here and he wanted to talk about Kemet or some other knowledge. But when I asked him to explain it, he wanted to go to the Bible. But then he says he don't believe in the Bible. So I'm like, why are you going to use a book that you don't believe in to explain an answer to a question that you're claiming that you know the answer to? See, I don't play that simplicity with people. You're not going to tell me you don't believe something, then you're going to have a whole conversation about it. What that tells me is that you yearn for the knowledge, but you don't understand it, and it's difficult for you, and no one has ever been able to help you understand it. But somewhere in your mind, it fucks with you. Things that are not interesting to me, I don't talk about it. Why? Right? Them pastors arrogant as F. Yeah, that's true. What has the Bible done for black people?
Oh, God.
Well, one thing it did was it put your ass in slavery. That's for sure. So at least in that one thing, it was good.
The Bible put black people in slavery? Really?
No, I didn't. Well, that's a different conversation. What I'm saying is that when we were in slavery, we were given the book and given portions of the book to keep us subjected, right? So it kept us there for quite some time. That's what I was trying to say more completely. Thank you.
I never read
The original Bible is not. Say again?
Well, that's a whole nother topic. I'll leave it alone.
Yeah, I don't want to go there. Yeah, let's try to stay. Next, thank you. Somebody in the chat, give me something to talk about, because I don't know what you guys are doing with this Bible thing.
Trolling. Shout out to all my
that's what they're
trolls.
doing?
Shout out to all the trolls in the chat.
Okay, well, hey. Well, I'm not here on this network to talk about that, right? Maybe one day I'll if I stay in this business long enough, I'll probably create a channel where, well, actually I don't, because I don't teach anymore. There are a lot of younger boys that are out there that teach, and you can go see any of the Israelite brothers or whoever you want to follow, Christian. You can follow whoever you want, Muslim. You can do whatever you want, right? Over here, I want to talk. I try to talk to men and the women here as it pertains to how we could be better as people, how we could look at one another and not have a disrespect mentally in our mind about their appearance, what they're wearing, how they look, whether their hair is kept or unkept. Yes, no. I am a Hebrew Israelite. That's why I can have more than one wife.
Sage, as
Yeah.
far as people being better, the people said no.
Say again, as far as people being better.
They said no. They say they're gonna.
Who said that?
The people. That's they said no. We're gonna. Men are gonna keep yelling at women. Women gonna keep eating and flapping wigs, and they're just gonna keep remaining out of control. So that's when the trolls.
Well, I think. Well, I'm not worried about the troll because this seemed to be,
I'm saying that's the solution. They don't listen anyway, so you might as well just troll them and get it over with.
No, I don't entertain foolishness, bro. That's just not me. That's, if you want, there are many stations you can go to do that. If you're going to waste your time and hang out, learn something that will make your day better. Sean Robbins, $4.99. Thank you again for the super chat, sir. I would really love if you drop a point of view or perspective. I appreciate the support, but at the same time too, I'd like to get an insight as to how you're appreciating the conversation today.
Well, I had a question. What is your standpoint on Andrew Tate? Are you saying innocent, guilty? Are you saying he's a hero or he was dusty? Because you was talking about the CIA being after him. Then you're talking about
I don't think. Well, I wouldn't think he is dusty because in the most liberal definition of the word, he would not fit that definition at all, because a dusty man would have to be a man with less or little income to elevate his life, right? So he definitely don't fall into that category as a man. I think he's very intelligent. Absolutely. I think that. I think he's a very smart man. I think that what's going on with Andrew Tate is a CIA operation. That's what I think. As it pertains to him being guilty or not, if it's a CIA ops, then has nothing to do with guilt or innocence. It's a mission.
Well, if he was doing what he's not supposed to be doing, shouldn't it be a CIA investigation?
Say again, right? If he's doing something,
if he's doing stuff he ain't supposed to be doing, shouldn't the CIA? Shouldn't they be investigating him?
They are investigating him.
Oh, okay. I thought you were implying it as if it was a bad thing.
What, that he being investigated is a bad thing, or what? What are you saying? I mean, people could get investigated, people could get accused, and people could be innocent, or people could be guilty. As to whether or not he is or isn't, I don't know.
Okay, but I thought my perspective, it was like a conspiracy theory thing. I thought you were implying with the CIA.
I'm not.
Oh, go ahead.
What I'm saying is that it's an operation. I'm not saying a conspiracy. I'm saying it's an operation.
Oh, okay.
He was chosen for a mission, and he accepted the mission. And potentially there might be a trade-off in there, because they may have something on him that could hurt his business or his future. But because of his talent, his skills, and his ability, and his recognition and his influence, they realized that they could use him to accomplish something else without their hands on it. And the government don't look bad. The media don't look bad. He's doing it to himself.
So but what do you think his mission was?
He's able to.
Go ahead.
Say again.
I'm saying, what do you think his mission was? I don't follow him. It's not. He ain't for me. I just heard some clips.
Well, that's the thing.
What do you think his mission was when he came into the spaces talking?
I think his mission is to discredit the Manosphere. I think his discredit is to the Manosphere is getting legs, and I think his mission is to take the wind out of the sails of black men, white men, and other men in this country who are trying to shift the tides in the country, both politically and socially, and between the dynamics of male and female.
Would you agree that the Manosphere is about 75-80% dust?
I don't know that much about the Manosphere to make a statement like that, to agree or disagree. Yeah. See, now this comment right here, I like this comment. Omega Dress, dropping it. Thank you. We will give you a hero, then murder him. They're not going to murder him. They're definitely not going to murder him. No. That's an operation, bro. Comprise himself for a seat. AI, comprise himself for a seat. Not sure what you meant by that. Imagine getting a mansion and now they turned on you. Who is they? There is a police officer, white lady who sleep with oh, but what's wrong with that? She's just a hoe. She got fired. And that's it. Oh, compromise himself for a seat. What's the seat? What do you mean by that? For a position?
Compromise.
I think if he compromised himself, it was because of one or two things. Either they got something on him and they're going to do a trade-off. They're going to be like, look, you're not going to go to jail. You may be found guilty, or you may not be found guilty, but however it turns out, you're going to go into witness protection, you're going to get a new identity, and you're going to be gone. And you get to keep X percentage of your money. But you got to stay out of the public space for the next 10 years or whatever. I don't know. I think just as quick as he came on the scene, he's going to leave the scene. And we're not going to know what happened to him. We're not going to know if he's dead or he's not dead, but I don't think they're going to kill him. Especially since one of the brothers in the chat brought out that his father is ex-CIA. The fact that his father is ex-CIA, that confirms to me that it is an operation. Is Andrew Tate wrong for sleeping with multiple women? Are multiple women wrong for sleeping with one man? See, if a woman chooses to sleep with a man, hold on. Don't women like men that other women like? If no women like a particular man, no women want to like him just because they know other women don't like him. But once he get a girlfriend and he starts sporting other women, all the women want him. So that is a female behavior. That's a female behavior. That's not the man. All the man is doing is being confident, saying what he wants, and he has the money to entertain. That's all. Spoils of war, Sean Robbins. Yeah, there are many spoils of war. Well, one of the things I would say with regard to females, didn't Gabrielle Union just say a couple of weeks ago that because of her wealth that she can have more than one man? Didn't she say that? Meaning that she deserved to cheat. Didn't she say that? So the very thing that women try to accuse men of doing, when they have the opportunity, they will not only do it, they will do more. And they will say, I am justified.
Got Sage.
Yeah.
Would you agree that there's different types of women?
In what way? What are you saying? All women are different.
No, I think the manosphere, just like I was talking to a friend offline, and I was telling him that the manosphere is run by modern women. They run it. The dating market is mainly run by modern women. If
well,
you cut
yeah.
the manosphere
But
on, all you're going to
are you saying the dating market is? Are you saying dating market are the women? I mean, the dating market, men
right.
pursue women, so women
Right.
control that aspect, the sex part, right? But how do they control the manosphere? Because we talk about them?
That's all they talk, 80-90%. Even
I
when
would
they
agree
talk
with you
about
about
money,
that.
when you talk about
I
money
agree
and
with you
getting
about
better, is to
Say
go out
again?
there and, okay, if they talk about money, hey, you need to go to the
Uh-huh.
gym, get some abs and do this and get your mind right. To go out there and chase the very modern woman that you're supposed to be running from. You a high value man. So you can go get some modern women, 3 or 4 of them, instead of getting that quality one and going and hiding.
Well, I think,
The manosphere is
well,
such a
one,
joke. Even and let's take the black manosphere, throw them in there too. It's such a
right.
joke that pearly things can come up here and read the script. Yes, high value man need to submit. Yes, talking point number 2. Modern women are fat. Talking point 3, and get 1 million subscribers faster than just about anybody that ever stepped into space. That's why I talk about 70-80% dust.
Okay.
They worry
So
about
whose
Andrew
fault
Tate.
is that? So whose fault is that? Whose
Well,
fault is that? Whose fault is that she could come in this space and get 1 million subscribers in 6 months?
whose fault? Whoever claims to be leaders of some manosphere on some agenda, that would mean their mission failed, as well as the people who are signed up for it and really think that they're going to learn something from it. Now, people coming for entertainment, that's different. That's a neutral thing. But if people are
Well,
coming
I
in
mean,
buying into
it's
it,
men that support her. It's men that support her. All the women in this space, it's men that support them. Right? So if we as men want to change the dynamics of things, we have to behave different. But most men are desperate.
Yeah.
Most men are desperate. So they do desperate things. It's like, if I paid for sex, I had sex. I would never pay to look at pussy online. I've never done that. I cannot imagine paying to look at virtual cooch. I've paid for women, and I've had some beautiful freaking women, and I've taken them to some really nice hotels. But when I paid for it, I was in bed with an 8, 9, or a 10. I don't take scruffy bitches to the hotel. If I go to the Millennium, if I go to W, if I go to Soho Grand or Tribeca Grand, pussy is free online. I guess. I'm not sure how your hand feel, but a woman's cooch, it's one of the best feelings you'll ever had as a man. When I first came into the space and I heard there were 30% of men who are either virgins or haven't had sex in years, I was stunned. I couldn't imagine that. And then I found out it was like a real shit. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Have you heard them talk?
Like, say again?
Have you heard a lot of men talk?
Have I heard a lot of women what?
If you hear a lot of men talk, that 30% number is probably lower than what it's probably more like 40.
Well, that's what I said. Matter of fact, a couple of weeks I said that because men lie. Women will lie to reduce men lie to promote their numbers and in terms of how much sex they have, and women lie to reduce their numbers of how much sexual partners they have had. So if men are admitting to the fact that they ain't getting no cooch, most men are not going to do that. So the men who do say that means the number is low.
No, meaning, how can I say it? Just like a person who makes decent money can tell if a person
that makes
okay, a man who makes decent money can usually tell when a person's talking who makes decent money and who doesn't. Just like a person who can get women can tell if dudes are talking and they can't get you women. Then when you hear them talk,
when you say can't, what define that? You mean he doesn't have the ability to walk up to a woman and engage in a conversation? Or what are you saying?
Okay. I'm saying is if you went to a restaurant somewhere and sat down and heard 3 men talk, 15 minutes. If you're a person who can get women, you can tell which ones probably can get women, which ones can't. That's all I'm saying. Like if you hear stuff comes out of people's mouths, that's probably 70% of the reason they can't get any women whatsoever. That's all I'm saying.
Danny G says, I am average, but I smash. Smelt. No. Pearl doesn't run the Manosphere. She has just been elected to be at the top as a woman that is speaking the way she's speaking. Other than, I think, Crimson Cure and maybe Danica, they're probably the two most aggressive women in the space as well. But the problem is that Black men and other men did not support those women like they supported her, the white girl, right? So, but she will fall like everyone else will fall. You know, everything is seasonal, cyclical. She'll be hot for a while and then she'll get cut back a little bit, but she'll sustain because she's smart. She's learned the talking points. And she's aggressive and she's a business person because a father and a mother are business people. So she came up in a certain way. She saw an opportunity and she took advantage of it. See, the problem with us is that we don't go into white spaces and dominate. Black men are afraid. When I was on Wall Street for 10 years, my clients didn't know I was Black. On Wall Street, you can use a pseudonym. It's not against the law. Italians used to do it because they got strong accents and names that can't be pronounced. So Italians and Blacks and whoever got strong accents usually change their names. For 10 years, most of my clients didn't know I was Black. Just some of them did because I would meet up with them, whether it's at the Waldorf or have lunch with them someplace in town. But most of my foreign clients that was outside the United States, they didn't know. But when they found out, it didn't matter because I made them so much goddamn money. It was incidental to the conversation at that point. But you think a white man that is trading 50 million, 100 million, you think he's going to take financial advice from a Black dude? I didn't graduate from no Ivy League school. I didn't study economics. I didn't even study financial services. I studied architectural engineering. That's what I studied.
I don't see the world as such.
You don't see the world as such?
There's this place over there called White. And you go over there and there's 5 men standing on a horse saying, excuse me, are you white? You can't come in here. And way over there.
Okay, so my point is, then hold on. What's your opinion about Pearl? Because No just said Pearl runs the Manosphere, right? She's in.
This is a cheap shot.
See,
is this like
I don't have no problem with Pearl in the space.
Me either.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me, right?
Yeah, I don't take the space that serious.
But you're here every day.
Yeah, got reasons.
Okay. Even bad habits are habits.
No, when I say I got reasons, I
yeah, no, I understand. What's that?
I have goals and actual stuff that I'm actually working on, and this actually has.
No, I'm not debating that. But when you reduce something to the lowest level, and the lowest essence of that level is something that is valueless, but then you engage in that thing at a high percentage of your time, you're investing a lot of your time in valueless stuff, if that's what you believe, right?
It depends on what you invest. Depends on how
invest time. I'm talking about time. Where you spend your time is what you're invested in. Period.
Okay.
Pookie and Ray Ray don't get jobs per se. They spend their time developing their dick game and hustling. And they become good at it. And women like them because they're good at it. What you do and you spend a lot of time in and you strive to become better, you become good at it. It's just that simple. Lazy people who don't do shit don't become shit. You
No,
want
I'm
to become a
saying
good
is,
criminal?
if a person shows up and walks,
I'm just
go ahead.
fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking
No,
with you.
we're good. No, we're good. I'm just saying if a person shows up on a basketball court every day and they don't play ball, or sometimes they play, it doesn't mean that they have a dream to go be a basketball player.
No, I didn't say that they had a right. If someone don't have a dream to play basketball, but he's on the court 4 hours every day, 5-6 days a week, he's not trying to become an athlete. The time may have passed for him. He may not have the aptitude, but he may become good enough at the game where he could become a good coach.
There we
because he
go.
understands the game extremely well.
Okay, there
Right?
you go.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That's all I'm saying.
And that's why I say is the things that you invest your time in is what make you or break you, right? People who waste time thinking about doing and never do, they just waste time. People who do even the measly things. You know, there was a story I read in the New York Times back in 1996. His last name is Gutierrez. I don't remember his first name now. But I read his story in Business Week one weekend. He started off, he was an immigrant, illegal immigrant to the United States, Mexican, became a citizen, started off in maintenance, cleaning the building. 25 years later, he was the CEO of Coca-Cola. See, it's not where you start, it's where you're going. And so often people look at you where you are and judge you from where you are. I don't do that.
Well, Sage, couldn't you tell? Let's say you're working at Wall Street and there's two janitors.
Yeah.
And you see them every day and you talk to them. Can't you tell which one is going to be somewhere
Which
different?
one is what?
Okay, two janitors. Conversation, wouldn't you be able to tell which one's not going to be a janitor in 5 years and which one is?
No, you can't. Not necessarily. You know, one of those guys may want to be a janitor. He may just want to be the best fucking janitor in the building.
And that's cool.
And you know what? He will have a reputation to become the best janitor, and everyone will know him by name. Even the CEO will know him by name.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Won't you be able to tell that janitor from the one who's just there? That's
absolutely. Now that you will tell. The way you will know if one will excel above the other is what they do after they get off work, or what they do with their downtime at work. If they're studying something to improve themselves, if they're investing their time improving their skills, they're not going to be a janitor for long. But if the guy just wants to be a janitor because that's what he likes, and he invests in being the best janitor, then he will be the best janitor. That's just the way it is. When I came to Honduras, I didn't know nothing about teaching. One of my buddies here, his niece, his sister's daughter, she had an exam coming up. She was flunking English. And one day I was at the house and they asked me, Lee, can you tutor her? I'm like, what is it? So I looked at what she had. I tutored her for 2 weeks. She passed all her English classes and failed all her Spanish classes. The director wanted to know, how did that happen? They told her, hey, yeah, it's my American friend, Lee. They said, is he working? What is he doing? He's retired. They invited me to come down to the school. They hired me on the spot, bro. On the spot. But I've always been hired on the spot. I'm the type of guy, I'm an arrogant motherfucker, bro. I remember when I was working at Porsche and Audi in Bensonhurst, I sold the first A8 BMW. I don't know about Manhattan, but in Brooklyn, I sold the first one. I was supposed to get a $3,000 commission. They gave me $1,500. I was supposed to get 8 G's altogether, but I had like 6,500 or 63 something. I went into the boss's office and I just threw my check on his desk. I'm like, what's that? He said, your check. I said, no, it's not. He said, oh, we'll give you the rest next week. I'm like, no, you told me you wanted this car sold as quick as possible. I sold it this week. I want my commission. He went in the back office. He had the girls in the back, cut me a check. And he didn't even take no tax out of the second check. The first tax, they had tax taken out. I'm like that, bro. You disrespect me on a job, I will leave that job and have 3 jobs by the end of the week. And then I will pick which one I want. I'm an arrogant dude, but I'm confident and I'm good at what I do. And when I came here and I worked as a teacher, I worked here as a teacher for 10 years. The first 2 semesters, I didn't know. I mean, I hadn't studied English since like 13, 14 years old. I'm teaching students who are from 7th grade to 11th grade. The first semester, 2 semesters, I kind of like studied everything so it could become refresh. After that, I put in a year, had my head down. I read everything. I studied everything. I checked every homework. I signed everything. In 3 years, I was the best teacher that school ever had. I started a tutoring program. I had students who were failing. I took my A students to teach my C students who were failing. I gave them extra credit for it. I started a whole tutor program in the school, bro. They had to open up the library and give me the damn keys. And the lady that run the library, you know them librarians, boy, they don't give up the keys for shit. That's their domain. And Miss Kathy actually gave me the keys to the library. But I'm like that, man.
This is in
Whatever I
Honduras?
do, I have to be the best at it. Say again?
That's in Honduras? Where you teach?
Right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, I stopped teaching after the pandemic started, but I taught for 10 years. I taught at St. John Episcopal English School, bilingual school. And I know the bishop personally, all right? But no, man, I mean, I wasn't trained to be a teacher. I didn't go to college to be a teacher. When I learn something, I learn it, and I never forget it. Now, because I don't use it for 20 or 30 years, I'm rusty. But if I buckle down and focus in 3 months, everything gets refreshed back in my head. It's how you use your time. And people who come in this space and they blow up is because they're hungry. They're hungry. And you could be a Dusty today, and a year or 2 from now, you could be the Dust King.
I'm trying to be the Dust King. I'm working on that.
You should be the Dust King, man. You're the man. Let's see. Marriage is a family business, not a court system business or a Catholic church that stole that from us in the Middle Ages. Yeah, I don't subscribe to marriage as a business ideology. I don't subscribe to that.
I say
There are
marriage.
business aspect to it, but it's not a business.
Marriage is a marriage. Business is a part of it.
But a marriage is many things. Business is one part of it because people have to survive. So you have to do things to earn a living. And when you do things to earn a living, if you're good at what you do, you make a name and a reputation. That's how back in the day you had, father and sons, whatever he did. If he was a shoemaker, his son was a shoemaker, right? If he was a farmer, his son was a farmer. That's how we evolve. Till now you have corporate farming, right? You have corporation to do the farming. You have machines that make shoes now, right? Now you have designers. So every generation, people evolve. Knowledge become more increased. And if you spend time doing something that you enjoy doing, you will become good at it. It's just that simple.
You say people do evolve or can evolve?
No, I said people evolve all the time. Everybody. Even the most poorest people that you think don't evolve, they evolve. Scammers become better scammers every generation.
Overall, you think people evolve?
1 second. Okay, my man Sean Robinson, you dropping it, brother. I appreciate it. You're dropping it, my man. What inspired you to always give your ultimate best in everything you did, career-wise? It started before it became career-wise. I had a mother that was very impatient. See, some people, they would look at the things that their mother do to them that they don't like, and they may consider it abuse. I think that when you're born, God gives you the parents that you need because you have a mission to accomplish. And sometimes you might need a difficult parent because the world you had ahead of you is going to be a difficult road. My mother had no patience. I had to learn to do things right the first time because if I didn't, I got my ass whipped. But when I went out into the business world, in any training project I was in, I was always the first one to learn the project, and everybody came to me, and I became team leader. That's how I grew. So the problem that my mother had became my gift. See, I always look for where is the silver lining in this situation. Most people look for, oh, woe is me. I suffered. I didn't have my mother. My father died when I was 7 years old on my younger brother's birthday, September 4th. My brother was 4 years old. We got the telegram, 9 o'clock. Your daddy is dead. He had a heart attack. You know what was my goal? To live past 30. That was my goal. And you know what I said? When I grow up, I will never lift anything heavier than a pen or a pencil. I was a kid, so I said pencil. And when I became a man, I've never did back-breaking work in my life. The heaviest thing I've ever lifted was a pencil. When I was younger, it was a drafting pencil when I was in engineering. And when I went into the business world, financials, it was a pen. And I used my mind. See, I'm a little motherfucker. The 6-foot guy, he's carrying shit. He's a mule. The little guy, I'm telling that big motherfucker what to do. That's the difference. And in the end, that big motherfucker that's carrying all that shit, the woman that see you telling the big nigga what to do, she want you. That's how I got the girls. Being smart and rich and being wise and, you know, being wise and being sarcastic. Women find it very difficult when they can't figure you out because a woman is always trying to figure you out. And when they can't figure you out, you're interesting. What's my IG? Oh, that's somebody else, right? Or Facebook. Is that for me or someone else?
No, me.
Much appreciated.
No, I did a troll
okay.
show. I did a troll show
What
Thursday.
business? Oh, okay. What business are you in, Sean?
Some fake people. Oh, go ahead.
At 5'2", I don't think so. Bitches will date a 6'5" stupid guy. Yo, Puffy had an all-white party at Tavern on the Green in 1998. I had a Calvin Klein all-white suit. There was a female basketball player. She was the only one in the whole place in all black. I pushed up on her, and she became my girlfriend. And all her friends are basketball players, girls and boys. She's from Jersey. I dated her for 6 months. When I first met a friend, we walked up into the spot. I forgot the name of the spot now, but it's right down by SOBs. We walked up into the spot. You know what the dude said? He's like, who's your little brother? I was laughing. But guess what? I walked out with her and I slapped her on the ass and I looked back and I'm like, yeah, motherfucker. This little brother is going to rock this right here. I'm an arrogant dude, bro. I love big women. You know why? Because it fucks up big dudes. Not fat women, tall women. My wife was taller than me. Most of my girlfriends have been taller than me. No, I don't fuck with fat women, man. Stop that. You already heard me say I don't deal with baby elephants. Come on, man. It's not my style. That is not my style. I am a loyal, dusty AI matrix. I think you guys are trying to change the meaning of dusty, right? Are you? Because I thought, who is it? O'Shea? I thought O'Shea said Dusty's was, it's all sage. No, you know what I want to do? I want to inspire some of you young men to be as arrogant, as confident, as persuasive. And you know what? Successful men make a lot of mistakes. If you are self-conscious about your mistakes, you ain't gonna achieve shit. I made a lot of mistakes in my life, but the problem is I learned from my mistakes.
Yeah, I don't.
The only way you become better. Say again.
I promote humility, no arrogance. But that's my opinion.
Humility? Nah.
It's better
You know
character
what?
than arrogance.
The thing is that if your arrogance is without control, that's ego. Arrogance is just it's the higher octave of confidence. Some people, when they're confident, some people who are confident, other people who are not will think who do you think you are? Back in the day, they used to say the conceited girl, the cute girl in the neighborhood, they said she was conceited. Why she was conceited? Because she knows she was cute. It's no different than a man being confident. And when your confidence can get you to the point where you excel above others, then your confidence go to the next level and you're arrogant. But you're not rude and disrespectful to people. You could be arrogant without being disrespectful to people. People like to think less of others. I don't think less of others.
Well, that's when it's called arrogance. Being confident is confident.
But I think highly of myself also. And I don't need anyone's opinion to make me think high of myself. Or if they think less of me, that's their problem. Because you know why? I'm going to embarrass the shit out of you. I'm going to leave you right where you're standing.
Well, at what level do you consider it? Okay, what's the line from confidence to arrogance, in your opinion?
What's the line? What do you mean the line?
Okay. Confident and humble.
Okay, do you know musical notes, right?
Yeah, musician.
Okay. All right. You're a musician. So what is the higher octave for C?
Higher. Just another C.
Say again?
It's still going to be a C. It's C at another octave.
Okay, but the sound goes finer or lower? Octaves go higher, right?
Octaves
so as
go
they
higher.
go higher, the pitch sound becomes more piercing.
Yeah, you go from alto to soprano.
So you ever had a dog?
Yeah.
Okay. The pitch sound of a dog whistle can hit so high that your ear can't pick it up, but the dog ears can pick it up. That's arrogance. Arrogance is when nobody can tell you shit. And when they challenge you, you defeat them at everything.
I still just consider that confidence.
No, that's not confidence. That's beyond confidence. Confidence is when you're self-assured but nice because you don't want to offend nobody. Arrogance is when you don't give a shit about what nobody else think.
Not okay. This is me. Confident. I never cared what people thought. Still don't. Never did. So I don't understand how that actually just worked.
So that may be you.
Confident, yes. But I think it's arrogance when I start to step on and push people, like no reason, almost to where it comes bullying.
Again?
I think when it comes to
arrogance,
unwarranted, where it's almost bullying, that's where I consider it arrogant.
No.
It's unnecessary.
No. See, I've spent the past hour telling you
arrogance being a negative word.
Say again?
Arrogance being a negative word.
People say manipulation is a negative word. I use manipulation all the time, and I never take advantage of people.
Manipulation is taking advantage of people, right?
No, it's not. I use manipulation to defend myself.
Or the manipulation
to protect myself from those who are the manipulators.
But the implied meaning of
manipulation. Say again?
The implied meaning of manipulation is more taking advantage, and you come in with ill intentions.
Right. That is right. That is the intention. That is to me, when words that have a certain level of action to it have the ability to be both positive and negative. It's how you use it.
Right. That's what I was saying, implied meaning.
You can use it to hurt or not. When my arrogance come out is when I'm in the trading floor and there's 6, 7 other traders in their office. and we're talking shit and we're challenging each other who's going to be the top producer for the week or for that day, if you don't have enough arrogance, you're going to get whipped because your emotions are going to creep into you and you're going to feel uncomfortable. But if you got arrogance, I don't give a shit what you say. The last freaking minute, the last client I talked to, yeah. You're going to send it 3 million? Hold on a second. Let me transfer you to Jenny. Transfer her into the back office. I post up the big numbers at the end of the day. Arrogance, you never lose because you never see yourself as a loser ever. Confident people do lose.
No,
Arrogant people never lose.
I'm saying arrogant is where
Again?
you're about to sell a car or you're going to pitch your pitch, not listening to your customer.
That's not arrogance. See, you don't have
no
no understanding, but you don't understand what arrogance is because you've never had it.
Huh?
For you to get arrogance, you need to be at a different level, bro. That's why I say it's like the dog whistle. It's like if I'm blowing a dog whistle because you can't hear it, you're saying that whistle don't work. But then you look at your dog and your dog is covering its ears. The dog hear it. See, my arrogance, I'm so confident when someone walk into the showroom, I'm not going to talk to them about money. I'm going to get to know them. I'm not even going to talk about the car. Because the first thing in the rule of selling is that people buy from people they trust.
We got two different meanings of arrogance.
Of course, most words have multiple definitions. So what's the point?
I'm saying everything you're saying is legit, solid confidence is what I see.
No.
You're still listening.
Okay.
You're still doing things. You're just doing it at the highest to max level. That's just a person with solid confidence.
No, because you have been led to believe that arrogance is negative. I don't come from that. I don't come right. And that's my point. If you walk into a bond house or on a trading floor in one of the places where I have worked, the top producers are the most arrogant dudes, man. They'll walk up. Matter of fact, every Wednesday and Thursday at Tribeca Grand was when the models, white, black, whatever, they were finished with their modeling shoots and they used to go there to have drinks and listen to music. I would go over there to the models and just push up. The girl is 6 foot and I'm 5'7".
That's not arrogant. That's confident.
No, that's arrogance, bro. A confident man would look at a certain woman and say, "That's out of my league."
That's
An
not
arrogant man.
No
No. Arrogant men, there's nothing out of their league. Confident men, they have a limitation because because confidence is part of what you said. Respect is the throttle or the governor that holds certain people back in their confidence to be able to get to the next level of arrogance.
I'm lost.
Because sometimes, because you don't want to hurt nobody's feelings, you pull back. If you're arrogant, you're not concerned about hurting someone's feelings because what you say or do is not intended to hurt their feelings. They just don't like the way you do it, so they get offended. That's the difference. I'm not concerned about your feelings. Your feelings are your own. Manage it. That's not my problem. But a confident person is concerned about your feelings, so they won't do certain things because they don't want to offend your sensibilities. Who gives a shit about your sensibilities?
Okay, that's arrogant.
Say again?
Overconfident to where it can actually become and have something to the
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Now you got it.
No.
Now you got it.
Okay. This is where it comes negative because
where does it come negative?
When it can bring I'll explain it. Okay.
The Rilla. I'm gonna call you the Rilla because that first part of your name. Hold on 1 second. I can't pronounce the first part of your name. The Rilla. You guess you're confident, you're arrogant too, right? Absolutely. If you didn't know, you're not it.
No, you're
Just
saying a man's scared to
FYI.
talk to a woman. That means he's not confident. You're 5'7", she's 6'4".
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
If you
I
won't talk
said,
to her, not confident.
I said, confidence has its limitation because part of confident is that they're concerned about other people's perceptions and feelings. An arrogant man don't give a shit about your perception and feelings.
A confident man
Your
doesn't.
Yes, they do. You said it out of your own mouth. You said confident people don't offend other people's feelings. You said that.
No. What I'm saying is this. Man sees woman. He wants to go talk to a woman. If he's sitting and stumbling, fumbling, and won't, he's lacking confidence. Or it could be
No,
the
he
best.
lacks, no. If he's stumbling, he lacks experience. A man that's confident, that's experienced. Well, first of all, you have to understand confidence. Let me finish. Confidence comes from success. You can't be a loser and be confident. Confidence comes from succeeding. And the more you succeed, the more your confidence builds. So confidence,
more from belief
if
than
you walk up
experience.
to a woman and you're stuttering, you lack experience.
Okay. I was saying,
The fact that you're studying means you don't have enough practice to have gotten to the point where you're successful, where you don't search for your words. The words just roll. They just come. You don't have to think.
confidence comes more from belief than it does experience. Because a confident person will do something they've never done.
Confidence comes from proven success. You could believe any goddamn thing you want. Don't mean it's going to happen. When I was young, I remember guys used to say, yeah, you give me $1 million and I could jump across and fuck around and break your neck. Just because you believe you can do something don't mean you. If you believe you can do it, you have to put in the work to be able to prove that you can do it. And most things takes practice, whether it's a physical event or if it's a mental event that you have to achieve. It takes practice. And when you practice at something, you're going to miss. And then you have to go back and do it again, and you're going to miss. Then you got to go back and do it again. Then you're going to hit. Then you're going to hit. Then you got to go back and hit. And then you have to do it where you hit 9 out of 10. And the more successes you get, the more your confidence builds.
Do you believe you can do something you've never done?
The more misses you have to have determination to continue so you don't feel some kind of way and quit. That's determination. Determination gets you to the point of success. And the success gets you to the point of building your confidence. And then there's a whole nother level to bring you to arrogance. You're not ready for that conversation.
Yeah, I'll pass. But
65, 40.
Arrogance.
No. Explain that. What are you talking about?
Yeah, your definition is in the sky somewhere. I don't know what you're talking about. Arrogance, negative. Is overconfidence.
Let me see something here. Okay, I'm going to show you something right now. Let's see, sharing. Wait a second. Oh, let me. Okay, let's see. Arrogance. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I'll read it. It says arrogance. It says the state or quality of being arrogant, overbearing pride. The conditional quality of being arrogant, a manifest feeling of personal superiority. That's what it is. In rank, power, and dignity, or estimation, and I will conclude that, of oneself, or the existence of one's own worth or importance to an undue degree, meaning to excel beyond the degree, undo without limit, pride with contempt or others of others' presumption. That's the negative part right there. The first part was the positive part.
You said overbearing.
Right?
Because
Overbearing.
overbearing is probably overbearing yourself too.
Overbearing is, wait a second.
Right. That's when you have so much pride that it affects your own damn self.
Overbearing. See, and this is why when you read a dictionary or a definition, they will give you multiple definitions of that word, because a word can be used in context different ways. The first part, the more modern, see, this is the most modern use of the word arrogance. The most modern use of the word arrogance means overbearing pride, meaning you think you're so prideful. You think you're better than anybody else. But the older definition had to do with a quality of being, manifest feelings of personal superiority, meaning you have done certain things that brought you to a certain level where you feel that you're superior. What do you think? A basketball player that signs a contract for $200 million, you think he's not superior to other men? You goddamn right he is. You think Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates is not superior to other men? You goddamn right they are. You think Napoleon Bonaparte was not superior to other men? You think Alexander the Great was not superior? Come on, man. What are you talking about?
Overbearing pride. If the pride is also great, why is it
you're
overbearing?
hooked. Okay, you are hooked on the first definition. Why don't you read the second definition?
Because I couldn't see it.
Read it for you again. Okay, I'll read it for you again. I'll read it for you so you can hear the whole thing, right? In the condition or quality, let me see. Oh, it won't show. The condition or quality of being arrogant. So it's just telling you the way of being, right? A manifest feeling of personal superiority, meaning it manifests from out of you or inside of you.
But it's only a feeling.
Superiority in rank, meaning how you rank among other men. Power, your ability because you're higher in rank than others. Dignity, other people respect you. Or estimation, how you perceive your own self. The exalting of one's own worth or importance to an undue degree, meaning there's nothing I can't do. But you see, some men, when you behave that way, they say you think you're better than everybody else. No, I was born with the same things that you were. I just went at life different than you, the way you went at life. And because you was a turtle and I was a greyhound, the greyhound is sitting in the winner's box with the wreath around his neck, and the owner just got a big check. The turtle, he's going to be turtle soup for some Honduranian later tonight. I'm just fucking with you. You know what I'm saying?
You missed one major word.
Where?
This is just a feeling.
Say again?
This isn't a reality. It's a feeling.
So then why do you have such a problem with it?
I don't have a problem with it. Person can feel how they want to feel.
You do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Person can feel how they want to feel. But
everything comes.
Feel like they're superior,
right?
and they're not, then they're probably arrogant, and they're probably gonna have a problem.
I don't recall it saying anything about a feeling. It says.
Yeah, you just read it.
Let me see. Let me just read it again. It says a manifest feeling of personal superiority and rank.
Right. Doesn't mean it's real. It's a feeling.
It doesn't mean it's real?
Yeah, it's a feeling.
How many broke dudes you know that are arrogant? And how many rich dudes you know that are arrogant? Most motherfuckers that I know that are arrogant, they're rich as hell. They're rich as hell. I don't know no broke dude that are arrogant. None. Broke dudes beg. You know, and if they're your friends, they go with you to the restaurant and they're hoping and they're expecting you to pay. They go to you to the bar, they're expecting you to pay.
This has nothing to do with arrogance.
Dudes, no, but my point is, because you said it was a feeling, what you're intimating when you say it's a feeling, that it doesn't come from success. You're saying that, oh, you just think that way. That's what you're saying.
That's
And
the
my point to
definition.
you is that
No, that's the definition.
people who are not people who it doesn't say that. It says a feeling of personal superiority in rank.
Right. It doesn't say actually having it. It says it's a feeling of it. So a dude can be 5'7" and feel like he's 6'7". How tall is he? He's 5'7".
I don't feel like I'm 6'7", but I don't let my height determine my success. I don't allow that to stop me from what I want to go after. See,
Right.
some people will say,
That's
"Oh,
confidence."
women." Say, "No, it's not." So then, what is arrogance? Tell me.
Okay. Confidence is
Not a feeling.
this. Confidence is, man, I'm 5'7" and I'll run this. I'm gonna dunk on somebody today. Arrogance is I'm 5'7". No, I'm not. I'm 6'4" and I'm gonna dunk on somebody.
No. See, now you're being
Because
cynical.
now you're overbelief.
No, that's not that's not what it
Overbearing
is.
pride.
No, that's not
Hold
what
on.
it is.
You ain't even on
That's
a team.
false.
You
That's
think you're gonna dunk on somebody. You
false
got a feeling.
imagination.
Yeah, it's a feeling.
Okay.
Like the definition says.
Oh, my man is back. All right, my
Yeah,
man
I'm
is back.
exaggerating.
I was
That's the
wondering.
point.
Hold
This is a
on.
feeling.
This is my man right here, the real Pookie. Lee, you're completely wrong, bro. Okay, come up on the panel and prove it to me.
Yeah,
You see, the problem
arrogance.
is
You feel
you're
like
not confident.
and you ain't that.
You're not confident enough to even come up on the panel and show me where I'm wrong. See,
And broken rich. That's two
Justo,
totally different things.
a person that is arrogant don't
Mhm.
believe because they're 6'5", 7", or 5'8" that they're 6'7" or 6'8".
That's arrogant.
Come on, man. I'm
Believing
arrogant and I
something
do
more
not
than
even
what you
I
are.
don't have any false imaginations about my height. You know when I made up my mind I'm gonna go after tall women? When I was in college. There was this fine ass Haitian girl, and we all used to hang together. I pushed up on her, asked her out, and she said, "Lee, I like you a lot, but you're too short for me." I
That's
was like,
confidence.
"What?" Say again?
That's confidence.
Yeah, that was confidence then. But the arrogant part was after that, I dated nothing but tall women. That was arrogance.
No, arrogance is when you approach a tall woman and they say no, and you try to force them to do something. No, I feel like
I've never forced a woman to anything. See, I don't
That's what
believe in
arrogant
forcing.
people do.
No, arrogant people don't do that. Maybe the people you know that have that feeling, that false arrogance. See, I don't have false arrogance. My arrogance came because my success backed it up.
False arrogance.
Yeah.
Arrogance can become false confidence.
Let me ask you something. Have you ever worked in any competitive field?
Yeah.
What field?
Guess you can call it sales recruiting.
Sales recruiting? Recruiting for what?
Students. One of them janky schools.
Nah, that ain't no goddamn competitive. Come on. That is not competitive. You're going after somebody that needs what you have. Sell somebody what they don't want.
Why would you sell somebody something they don't want or don't need?
Because that's when you're good. That's when you're good.
No, that's when you're a crook.
When you're good. No, you're not a crook because they got something in exchange for what they paid.
Did you get that person value or did you get something for yourself?
No. They got the value of what they paid and I got the value of the commission that I made.
Okay, that's fair. But
you know, sometimes when you're selling a product, people are window shopping. They have intentions to get it, but they don't know if they should do it today, tomorrow, or next week. The confident or the arrogant guy, he's the one that's going, when they walk out of that showroom, they're going to have keys in their hand and you're going to have documents in yours.
Have you ever turned down a sale?
Have I ever turned down a sale?
Mm-hmm.
You mean, have I ever lost a sale? Is that what you mean?
No. Somebody wants to buy, they can buy, and you tell them, you know what? This is not something.
Well, that's not me turning down a sale. They just can't afford what they're trying to get.
No, I was asking, have you ever turned down a sale?
When I worked in real estate, there was an old woman and she wanted to refinance her house. The interest rate was going to be too high. The debts that she had on credit cards, she wasn't going to be able to get enough money out on the refinance to be able to pay off the debts. I told her, you shouldn't do this now. So I've done that.
Okay.
Let's see. Sean, my man, you are dropping it, brother. Hey, why is Sean the only one dropping super chats? Come on, man. You guys are loving the conversation.
The way the person feels about themselves.
Support the network. Support the network. Drop $1, drop $2. Support the network. Sean, both confidence and arrogance are related. Thank you very much. To self-esteem. No, they're not. They're related to the degree that they build self-esteem, right? Or the way that a person's feel about themselves. Self-esteem, I think, is something that you have to have first, because that's something that you can kind of like learn. Confidence is something that grows by when you succeed at things. It's like a drug. If you take a drug and it makes you feel good, you take it more, it makes you feel good, you take it more, it makes you feel good. So when you succeed, your confidence grow. And the more you do it, it makes you more confident in whatever that thing that you do, that you're succeeding in, till it get to the point where it's like a martial artist that is at a 4th dan or 5th dan black belt. He don't have to see what you're doing anymore. Whatever you do, he's already got the reaction for it. He knows he's going to break your arm. He's going to snap your fingers. He's going to twist up your wrists. He's going to break your kneecaps. He's either going to go after your foundation, or he's going to go after your midsection, or he's going to disengage your arm and break your wrist or break your elbow. He know whatever you do, he don't have to think. But that comes from repetitive practice and succeeding in competition or in training. And he has to succeed in competition too, because he's going to have to win his belts, and he's going to have to also win trophy for the dojo. But if he become the reigning champ for 5 years, he's going to be an arrogant motherfucker, because no one can take him down. And people tell you about Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was an arrogant motherfucker. Now, he was rude with it, though. That's true. He was rude with it.
Yeah,
Denzel,
we got different definitions.
One second. Let me shout out Denzel. I didn't finish reading Sean's confidence. Confidence comes from a high intrinsic value. I'm going to have to disagree with you on the intrinsic value part. Intrinsic value is a perception by others.
I don't know. We agree to disagree on the definitions.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I don't.
Because I think what you're saying as arrogance, I'm thinking you're just defining a high level of confidence. Arrogance is where it becomes an actual problem. Where a person thinks that they're better than they are. Like the person who thinks Jordan should sit on the bench and they should be starting. That's arrogance. They're good. They can play in the NBA.
No, that's not arrogance. No, that's not arrogance. That's foolish pride. There's a difference. That's foolish pride. My last super chat wasn't acknowledged. Denzel. Okay, 1 second. Let me see. Well, first, let me take this one down. I apologize, my brother. Let me see if I can pull it up. JR, don't give me access to go all the way back. Oh, 1 second. Go ahead, speak. I can listen. I can do more than one thing at the same time.
No, I was looking at the chat too.
Oh, okay. Oh,
but
okay,
no,
cool.
I don't know. My implied meaning, or what I got, and even from the definition, it's the feeling and the sense of the superiority versus where it could be a problem. You think you're better than Jordan. You might not be better than Jordan, but you still feel that way. You got a problem.
Well, I mean,
and it's going to carry out an action like arrogance in sports of people who don't pass the ball, people who don't listen to others because they know everything, won't listen to the coach. That's arrogance. They're the best. They should always get the ball. They should get whatever.
That's not arrogance. No, that's selfishness.
Right. The actions that usually follow arrogance are selfishness.
Arrogance is not selfishness. You know, there's a guy that I know that's probably one of the most arrogant men out of the circle of men that I know that are rich and arrogant. And he do more good for people than most people that are not arrogant and have money equal to his or more. But see, arrogant comes off and display itself in the things that you have done to build yourself to excel above all others.
It's confidence.
If you are moving in the pack, confident men move in a certain pack. Arrogant men are above the pack. It's just maybe you don't believe that, and that's fine. And the thing is that, have you competed for anything and won first place continuously, repetitively, first year, second year, third year, fourth year? Have you ever done that? And I'm not meaning it to you particularly. I'm talking to the audience as a whole, right? Oh, yes. Hold on. Kima, I'm going to bring that up. Sugar Curls, I just went back and I saw your comment. I didn't see it. Why don't you want to lift heavy things, Mr. Lee? Because my dad died at 30 and my dad worked with his hands. He did back-breaking work. And I was not going to do back-breaking work. I was 7 years old. Actually, I was 6 making 7. My birthday is in December. And he died on September 4th, my brother's birthday. And from that day, I knew I was not going to live. I was not going to do the thing that contributed to him dying, that would cause me to die. That's how I rationalized it at that age. And as I got older, I improved on my thinking about how I was going to achieve that. And by the time I got to college, I decided I had very good skills with my fingers. I have little fingers, as you can see. I have artistic hands. So I was very able to draw construction drawings. I worked on about 7 nuclear plants from Japan, Mexico, the one in Illinois. That one I was in the field. I worked on the one in, I think it was Mount Zion or something in upstate New York. That is the one that almost created 3 Mile Island, the movie that had the meltdown that caused the United States to discontinue nuclear energy. But I had Kina. She said something right here. Kina says Jesus was arrogant. You should read the Bible in the New Testament. That was the most arrogant man you would ever want to meet. But he was never rude to people. Actually, he was rude to one woman. And when I say arrogant, that he has such a level of confidence, it was beyond confidence. Because the people who he interacted with, the Sanhedrin court, and Herod, and what was the governor of I forgot the name, the governor that was ruling over the territory, Pontius Pilate. He was dealing with men that had superior power. They looked at him as an equal. He had to be arrogant, bro. Come on.
I give up.
Arrogant men see themselves as being superior to other men, period. And they see themselves that way because of their track record, what they do to accomplish it. Broke men don't walk around believing they're arrogant. Broke men walk around with false pride. That's what they may do. Vain imagination, but they have nothing to show for what they do. There's a difference.
There are broke men with confidence taking rich guys' girls.
Say again?
There are broke men with confidence taking rich guys' girls. Not every rich man is confident. A lot of them jump off cliffs.
A rich man that jumps off a cliff doesn't
99%
jump. No, a rich man that jumps off a cliff doesn't jump off the cliff because he doesn't have arrogance. I mean, because he's arrogant or otherwise. He jumps off the cliff because what he has sacrificed to build, he lost it all. And he has made an evaluation that life is no longer worth it for him. That's why men that do that.
But where that superiority at?
Say again?
That don't make sense. He's so arrogant.
Dying with honor. One of the most honorable group of people that ever lived on the planet was the shoguns and the ronin of Japan. And they died with honor. If they disrespected the king, if they disrespected one of their leaders or the community, they would kill themselves. Men of honor that see themselves of a superior era, they cannot come back down here with you. They would rather die. the difference.
Yeah, that's arrogance.
Absolutely.
And it ends up in
Now
a
you get
negative
it.
result.
No, it doesn't. Not all the time. Hey,
Yeah.
broke motherfuckers die too. So what's the point? Broke. If you heard me earlier, what I said is that the broke dude in the hood, he is specializing in his craft. He spent developing his time using the talent that he's had, the third leg between his legs. He maximized that talent. So he's effing girls where he at. But the millionaire's wife that he would take and fuck, that millionaire can get rid of her, go to France and get another girl. So what? See, rich men don't think about things that they lose, especially something that the minute she went and slept with a man of no value, she became a woman of no value to him. He didn't lose nothing. So you don't
He didn't
understand
lose
how rich
anything.
people.
Why did he marry her?
You never bought a car and sold it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, why'd you buy the car if you're gonna get rid of it?
There's time to get rid of it.
Okay.
Car and a wife.
When he fucked that, and when she fucked that bum that didn't have nothing of value to offer, that's when it was time to get rid of her. You answer your own question.
But he arrogant. He's the man. Why would she cheat on me?
Because we don't control people, man. We don't
But he
control
don't.
people.
But
People
look at
have
the
the freedom
definition, he's
to make their
superior.
own choices.
But he's superior, right?
Christ was superior, and people were still sinning right in front of him. What are you talking about? And he had the power to make miracles. He had the power to raise the dead. And motherfuckers were still sinning right in front of him. What are you talking about? He ain't trying to control you. He's just trying to tell you, do this, and this is what you're going to get. If you don't do this, hey, I got nothing for you. See, you're about controlling people. You're Andrew Tate.
Not even close.
You're Andrew Tate.
Not
yeah.
even. That's 100%.
Everything you've said so far tonight leaned to a negative slant in your interpretation of everything.
Not even close. That is dust.
Very close. Very close. You're about controlling other people's decisions. See, men that are arrogant ain't trying to control other people's decisions. They tell people what they can and cannot do in their presence. And if they don't flow with them, get out the way. I'm moving on. I ain't got nothing to do with you. We ain't trying to change people. We're making our own life. We pave new roads. We are pilgrims. We discover. When you're afraid to find out what's on the other side of the world, you think it's flat and you're going to fall over. We just go to the fucking other side because we know the world ain't flat and we ain't going to fall over. And then when you come back with the riches, then everybody say, what? Thank you, thank you, thank you. And what do? You share, you give it to everybody. Then you become bigger than life. And they make statues out of you. You don't understand arrogance, bro. You don't understand arrogance.
Yeah, no, I'll stick with confidence.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Everybody got their level. I'm not trying to change your level.
You're actually proving my point.
What's that?
Confidence and humility. When they have conversations, they listen to understand. Arrogance, talk to talk. Ain't nothing I ever said the last year in life ever resemble anything close to Andrew Tate, who I don't rock with for those very reasons.
You just said hold on. You just said, hold on, I'm gonna drop you right in your words. You just said the millionaire who his wife is taken by the bum dusto who didn't achieve nothing, that all he has is good dick, and he fucked his wife, that he shouldn't get rid of her because he's what? He's an arrogant dude.
That's not what I said.
It's because he's an arrogant dude. I said that was the time he dumped her, flew to France and get another girl. And you said, why would he get rid of her? He's an arrogant guy. He's superior.
I'm saying you missed the point. The point was, you were comparing, there's 3 points. One, it was rich. Rich is confident. They got it all. No, rich people have money. They're in a better situation to have it all. One thing is definitely covered, should be covered, but there are rich people who do. Rich doesn't cover up internal dust.
Rich doesn't come from what?
It doesn't cover
again?
up internal dust. It makes you a bigger version of what you already are.
Those are
But
people who haven't. No, that's a man or a woman who don't really have self-control over themselves. There's
right,
some
you still
people,
have that problem with
right,
more money.
right, but a man that's a millionaire didn't win the lottery, bro. He built himself. He made himself. Guys who win the lottery go broke in 5 years because they act like a kid in a candy store and they just spend foolishly. Men who build themselves work for their money. They think, they plan, they achieve, they go to the next level. They think, they plan, they achieve, they go to the next level. And they build themselves, whether
Right.
it's their own
I'm not
business,
talking
they work
majority.
for another
I was
business.
throwing a scenario just to show
No, I'm not.
arrogance.
Go ahead. Oh, hold on one
No,
second. Hold on one second.
go ahead.
Overworldly oddities. He says you sound more like Tate than Dusto.
He is correct.
Well, where I sound like Tate is the arrogance. You're absolutely right. Where he
That's the whole
sound like
point.
Tate is the controlling of a woman that went to another man, and that because he's rich, he should still, for some reason, he should keep her. No,
I never said that.
you
That
said,
is not what I said.
I gave you the scenario that haven't you bought a car? You said yes. I said, did you sell the car? You said yes. I said, I proved my point. I asked you, why did you sell the car? You said it served its purpose. I said that was the same thing with the woman. When she fucked the other bum dude, that was the time to get rid of her, because you was wondering why he got rid of her. He got rid of her because she had no more value to him.
No, I
You said,
wasn't
why
wondering
did he
why she was
marry her
getting
then?
rid. No, the point was, here's the point of arrogance. Man, I can do all this,
Well,
everything.
I'm not.
Then something happens.
Lee,
Like Andrew Tate, do everything you want to do. Now he's gonna be in a cell. He's gonna be in a cell somewhere. His arrogance got something to do with it.
Who?
Andrew Tate.
One second.
Ladies and gentlemen, for all of you out here who are suffering from arrogance-atosis, it comes and it gets into your veins and your inner neck, and I have you just talking that stuff. Man, I can do it all. All of you, for $59.95, send me a cash app, send me some payments. We can get it out of your system, and having you talking right proper to those ladies and get them all. Well, no, you ain't getting them all, because I'll give you a couple of them. But this is your commercial break, and this is your entertainment. Don't be arrogant. Oh, go ahead. I was just entertaining the crowd for a commercial break.
I appreciate it. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. The real Pookie Lee, you are wrong, but too arrogant to admit it. You need to learn to write, bro. You're gonna insult me, at least learn how to spell. See, every time you run out of the road, I'm like a tractor trailer. I'm gonna run your ass right over. Keep running out in the road. You can't mess with me, bro. Your brain is too small.
Say here's a something I don't rock with comes red pills and manospheres and all that. And this is me saying it as a single person. There's dudes out there, man, I'm in the 1%. I can get 78 ladies in here lined up on the sofa. I can get it all. I got money. Oh man, look at me. Then they say, oh, so you're getting married?
But that's not arrogant. That's foolish pride,
when you
bro.
say marriage, here they go, she's gonna take it all. Divorce, take half. Like, dude, you can't get a woman that's gonna stay with you. You said you was all this dude. You can't go,
Otherworldly ability.
Look at her run to the government. No.
Small. You know.
And Andrew Tate's one of them.
Well, I mean, I don't really listen to Andrew Tate. I've heard some of his stuff because he's everywhere, you know. But I mean, I am not at the age where I need to follow men that speak that way or be that way because I've lived my life. I'm not 25. I'm not at the beginning of my life as my manhood.
Mhm.
I'm at the other side of the hill, right? So chasing pussy and women is not even on my top 5 list. Right? It's not even that important to me. The funny thing is when women are not important to you, they seem to present themselves to you. Kind of funny how it works. Arrogant people hold mirrors up to confident people, and sometimes confident people don't like what they see.
Oh,
That's real good. I like that's a really
like
good interpretation.
and then the arrogant people attack the confident people, saying you ain't got no confidence, and it's really not true.
No, what the confident people will say is that you're prideful or you don't care about other people because when you
Not,
say or do something, let me finish my thought.
go ahead.
When you say or do something that their feelings might feel some kind of way because they feel uncomfortable, they say you don't care about their feelings. My job is not to manage your feelings. Go home to your wife and let your wife manage your feelings. She'll rub you on the back, kiss you on the neck or the cheek or, whatever. When I speak of arrogance, I'm really talking from a professional and business, the world of business, right? So in the world of business, there are different ways in how arrogance display. Some people like the braggadocious over exuberance. Some people have a quiet arrogance. There are different type of arrogance and there are different type of confidence also. Some people speak loud to make themselves believe that they're going to be heard, and some people speak low. And most times the person that speak low is heard more than the person that yell. Because sometimes when you yell, people take it offensively.
I had a question.
Yeah.
In the fields of business, sales, marketing,
Mm-hmm.
YouTube,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
90-something% feelings. And technically, you're a manager of feelings.
What do you mean feelings? The feelings of the audience, the subscribers, or the feelings
Okay.
of the content creator? What are you saying?
Entertainers manage feelings. That's their job. Salespeople manage feelings.
No,
Managers
they don't.
manage feelings.
No, they don't. Sales. I've worked sales all my life. I don't manage people's feelings. Never.
How do you sell without managing feelings?
Say again.
How do you sell without managing feelings?
What do you mean by managing feelings? Why would you come to buy something with your feelings?
That's who people are.
Say again.
Especially now, 2023, most people don't have any logic. They're nothing but walking 250 pounds of feelings. That's what they are.
Okay.
That's why the
So
world looks the way it does.
because someone behave a certain way, I'm supposed to change my way of being to be overly concerned about their sensibilities. I'm not concerned about their sensibility because one of these days they're gonna run right into a goddamn brick wall. Boom, and they're gonna have to figure shit out.
How do you sell me a car without managing feelings?
I sell you a car by finding out what your needs are for that car, because sometimes the
Those
car that you
needs,
walk in to get is not the car that you need.
those needs are
Unless
feelings.
you're a single man. Say again. I
Those
don't
needs are
manage
feelings.
feelings. One, there's when you deal with sales, you manage expectations, and the next thing you deal with is all purchases are emotional purchases. So I think that's where you may be coming from when you say feelings, but it's
Yes.
not feeling. People buy because of their emotional attachment to whatever it is that they're looking to get.
Right.
What I
Okay.
manage, I
Replace feelings
don't
with
manage
emotions.
that.
Right.
Hold on a second.
Replace feelings with emotions. That's what I meant to say.
No, I'm
Emotions.
fine. And I said, that's fine. That's
Okay.
fine. That's what I said. That's what I think you meant to say. I agree with that. But the thing is, when I sell, I know that there's the emotional trigger that's going to get them to buy. But before I tap into that, I establish trust. And the way you establish trust is you must first build what's called rapport.
That's
You find
that's
something
enough.
that is, you find something in them that they're very concerned about, and then when you are able to empath that to them, they see you different. And once the protection of I don't trust him goes down, and they're like, I like you, I trust you, you're laughing, you're talking. After that, then I go through the process of selling them. And the selling, the way I do it is simply fulfilling a need. I most of what I sell, I usually sell very close to full price. I don't do discounts. I've had a guy walked into my showroom one day and he gave me a whole tear sheet showing me all the prices because he got it from consumer whatever, and he says, well, this is the cost price, and I'll let you make $100 over that. I said, well, you ain't gonna buy the car here. You go someplace else. But I tell you what, whoever sell you that car for $100 and profit, they'll make it up to you in service, and they're gonna rob your ass in service. Dealership ain't gonna lose shit, bro.
I'm just saying that's still managing emotions or feelings. The establishing a rapport, that connection.
So how do you mean manage? You just said substitute feelings with emotions, and now you say managing emotions over feelings. They're the same
No,
thing,
what
right?
I'm saying is when I'm saying feelings, I'm really meaning emotions. That's what I was
Right.
really implying.
Okay, right. I thought
Because like in a lot of the spaces, they always talk about not caring about feelings, and I was like, you better care about feelings. They can make that a manosphere, logical, whatever.
The thing is, it's like sometimes I say things and people interpret a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
However they interpret is how they interpret. I am not. They're interpreting it based on their life experience, their environment, where they came from, the things that they know, and they're making a determination. 5 years from now, I could say that same statement and they will get a different response. It's where you are in life. So I'm not always trying to manage where a person is. Growth bring you to places where you see things differently over time. So I'm not managing people's feelings. It doesn't mean that I go out to insult people. No. If I say something that you don't understand and you take it a certain kind of way because I am direct, you have an issue with your own feelings. You may be tender somewhere. Maybe something happened to you when you were young. So when you hear something or when you see a person behave in a certain way or act in a certain way, it triggers you from something way back. And then you make the evaluation based on that situation with this individual in the present, which means you're always walking backwards. I don't do that. It's like when I break up with a girlfriend, I did everything to make that relationship work. Once it's over, done. I don't go back. I don't go back to exes. I get a new girlfriend. Where's my phone at? S22 Ultra. She could check my phone anytime she wanted if she wanted to. Not that any woman have ever checked my phone, but if I had a girlfriend who wanted to check my phone, she ain't gonna find no number, no pictures, no nothing of no exes. Because I find that disrespectful. Because if you keep going back to women that you have bad relationship with, you never get to separate emotionally. And then when you go forward into a new relationship, you take that baggage from that old woman with you in the future. I don't do that. When I'm done with a woman, I delete her phone number, I delete pictures, I get rid of every fucking thing, bro. I'm cold. I don't have one picture from any woman that I've ever dated, including my ex-wife. When we got divorced, I tore everything up, throw it in the fireplace, and set that shit on fire. Kept moving. I don't need nothing from the past. I don't hang on to shit. If I have an argument with you and we disagree, after it's over and we good, whatever the argument was about tomorrow, I forgot it. I don't hang on to shit. I don't walk around being all moody and holding on to shit and wait till something blow up and then flip on people. No. If you do something I don't like, I'm going to tell you right to your face. Oh, hell yeah. And if it's going to have to go left, it's going to go left. Period. I mean, at 65, I'm not looking to scrap with no 6'5" dude. But when I was young, shit. See the scar right here? 6'4" motherfucker put that there. But I damn near broke his elbow. I was young. I was fucking 19. I was fucking third degree. Well, I was a third not black belt, brown belt, Goju, karate. All you learn in Goju is breaking bones, break elbows, break kneecaps. I was an arrogant dude, bro, from I was young. And when I became a success, it was even worse.
Was that the reason you were getting in fights?
Say again? No, most of the fights I got into was defending my friends. I had 4 friends, Bobby, Jimmy, Chris. I remember the other one. Chris was tall. He was a big guy, but he was a punk. He was raised by his mother, and his mother looked like his grandmother. He was an old woman, but he was a really soft kind of guy. And people used to try to punk him. But when we're out together, ain't nobody gonna punk him. You fuck with him, I'll fight you. I'll fight you. Fight me. I'll fight you. I used to fight almost every day. I got my ass whipped a lot of time, but I whip ass too. When you wake up the next morning, you're going to be sore in your ribs. You're going to be sore in the back of your neck. You're going to be having swollen somewhere. When you fight me, trust me, you're going to be soaking in the bathtub. You're going to be like, yeah, that little motherfucker there is tough, bro. I got to have a little respect for him. He could fight. He took some lumps, but he gave me some lumps too. That's how I roll. I'm not afraid of nobody like that, bro. I say what I got to say. I'm a man. And when it's done, it's done. I don't carry baggage. I don't carry hatred, animosities. My heart is light. I don't carry nothing. I don't hate people. It's not worth it. When you carry all that stuff, it eats away at your internal organs. Makes you sick. I went to my doctor back in September? She says, Lee, you're more healthy than guys that are 30 to come into my office. What are you doing here? I said, I'm supposed to come to the doctor once a year. I'm here. But it's because you know why? I'm light up here, bro. I don't have nothing that I'm carrying from the past, from what somebody did to me. I forgive it and I move on. I confront it and I move on. I don't let it sit there forever, hating that person, thinking about revenge and all that. If I'm going to get revenge, I'm going to get revenge. But I'm not going to wait 10 years to get revenge. Okay.
This guy's recommending implement.
Sean,
What's
what's recommend to implement? Mute up. Yeah.
Actually,
to prevent being ripped off at a dealership. All right.
Yeah. I'm going to drop off.
Yeah,
we got to get another time about 30.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to shut it down in a minute. I didn't realize it's almost 8 o'clock.
All right.
What strategy do you recommend? Appreciate it. Thank you for coming up, bro. Very insightful conversation. To prevent being ripped off, the main thing I would say to prevent being ripped off is be an educated consumer and know what you want. That's the best thing. And I mean, if are you talking about buying a car or just anything in general? I would say in general, you should determine the value of that which it is that you want. I don't live a life so concerned about price. I'm more concerned about whatever it is that I'm getting, what value it's going to add to me. One thing I learned very early in life, because my mother was poor. When you buy cheap shit, it costs you more because you got to keep replacing it. When you buy good shit, it lasts you a long time. Sometimes you can even donate it to the Salvation Army 5-6 years later. Get quality. I negotiate everything. One thing I learned from working on Wall Street, everything is negotiable. Sage Talk, what do you invest $25,000 into? What would? That's a very interesting question. You know what? Let me hold on a second. I'm going to do a screenshot of that question. I'm going to deal with that because when I launch my channel, I think maybe I'll do it on Monday or Tuesday of next week. I'm going to be talking about, it's going to be Sage talking business, right? Or just talking business. So I'm going to be talking about different type of things for investment opportunities. Like right now, I'm looking at nothing but precious metals, oil, energy, diamonds. Copper just hit its highest. I think copper is right between 9,000 to 10,000 per metric ton. 10 years ago, you could have bought a metric ton of copper for 2,500. Gold, those are the things you should be investing in. The things that holds its value when everything fall apart. Fiat money is not valuable, right? Let me see. I think, like, be observant, right? When I used to be on Wall Street, because I had my girlfriend, she was a chef, and retail sales will always give you indicators to how the economy is going. So when we used to go out shopping, sometimes I'll just count how many people coming out with one bag, how many people coming out with two bags. And I do that every week I go down there. And I can tell when people start pulling back on their spending, you see more people coming out with one bag. When people feel more comfortable that, you know, their money is right and they see the economy looks strong, they're going to be coming out the stores with 2-3 bags. So just observe the things around you, man. People's behavior will show you how they're managing their economics. I mean, unless you live in a rich community where, you know, everybody is multimillionaire, then you can't really tell, right? But if you live in, you know, in the rest of the world where everyone is, observation will peep your, you know, you could peep your hand to give you insight, right? And kids, if you know kids anywhere between the age of 8, maybe 9, well, 8 to about 13, 14. Little kids, they know a lot about everything. Talk to a little kid. Find out what they like. What kind of toys is hot? Go in the stock market, look up who make that toy. See what the stock is trading at. Hell yeah. One Queen Lady E. Thank you. Great show. Informative. Thank you so much. I'm going to look to end the show. It's almost 8 o'clock my time, Central. 25,000. Well, one of the things I would say is diversify with that, right? If you're going to invest in maybe some type of precious metals, in the United States, I believe that they don't allow you to buy gold and take it into your possession. Check, because I'm not sure if that law still exists, because I know some banks that still hold gold. If you've got, if you have a good, if you bank with a good bank that have investment opportunity, sit down and speak to an investment advisor and say, hey, look, I'm thinking about investing in precious metals, right? And ask him, if I purchase it, would I be able to take possession of it at the bank? Because the bank will give you what's called a SKR, right? An SKR is a document that says that you own it, right? And then they will store it and hold it for you at the bank, right? You know, and that's usually going to be in the brokerage house part of the bank, right? Some people will just buy the equity that represents the commodity. The problem with that sometimes is if the economy falls apart and you can't spend that kind of paper, right? So if you're going to buy gold, like there's a company that I deal with. Hold on. Where is that? Where is that? Eagle. Is that Eagle? American Eagle. Now I remember. Check with American Eagle, because an American Eagle, if you can buy gold from American Eagle, and What I would suggest you do is buy, if you're gonna, not all, but some, maybe spend like, I think gold is trading like right now around 1,700 per ounce, and about 56,000 per kilo, right? Matter of fact, I'm working on a deal right now. I'm waiting for the contract. Hopefully it'll come in tonight. Safety deposit box. You can do safety deposit box, but the thing with safe, well, what I would say is if you buy from American Eagle, you can buy both silver bars, buy 1 ounce silver bars and 1 ounce. Yeah, silver is cheaper and you can accumulate it more. And when the market go up, and that's one of the things when you buy investment, right? You always want to look at the higher price commodity and then look at the trailing commodities that are very similar, because there's, they say rising seas raise all ships. When the sector goes up, everything in the sector going to go up. Gold is going to go higher, but silver is going to go higher. So if you're paying $14 an ounce or $35 an ounce for silver, you could buy 10 bars every month, spend $2,500. That you could put in your safety deposit box, because shit, and then get the silver dollars, get the coins, because when shit fall apart, you need money that you can move easy. You can't be moving around with a big sack of somebody put a gun to your head and take you out, right? So you need stuff that is easily transportable that you can move with, right? So you can buy kilo golds and keep it in the SKR in the bank vault, and you could buy ounces that you can keep in your safety deposit box. That way, shit go left and the American currency fall and get devalued and shit start looking like Venezuela. There's an American Eagle, you can get their certified series, different type of gold. There's, silver. They have Canadian and they have the American Eagle and some other stuff, right? You can get 10 cents, 25 cents, $1. And those you can keep in your house, because if the economy falls, it's going to be hella value. One silver nickel may wind up being worth $50. You don't need a 1 ounce gold, because that's going to be worth $10,000. So you don't want to be walking around with that, right? So you could keep some silver at home in smaller denominations, and then keep your 1 ounce bars in your safety deposit box. And with 25 grand, you can, if you want to buy, well, you can't buy bullions, but you could buy doors, right? Well, 1 ounce, if you were to invest in something big, then you would keep those on SKRs, right? But you don't want to invest everything in one particular commodity. You want to diversify your commodities, right? Like I was saying, copper right now is just going through the roof. Copper iodes. Copper is one of the greatest conductor for electricity, bro. Everything in these phones, you got to have copper in there somewhere besides lithium. Venezuela has got the greatest, next to, I think, forgot which country in Africa, Indonesia, and Venezuela. They've got the largest lithium reserves. And that's what Tesla needs to make them damn batteries, them electric cars. I used to be real sharp at this shit, bro. I'm rusty. It's been a decade since I've been in the market. But next week, I'm planning to launch my channel, and I'm going to be talking about stuff like this. I'm going to try and feature at least one investment idea or opportunity with every program that I do, right? So this is how I want to contribute to help brothers become better, and sisters too, to be able to be more educated about the market, understand how to invest. Sometimes somebody was saying something the other day about passive income. Sometimes passive income is not necessarily, it's what you invest in that can grow, and some type of investments, they grow fast, they multiply. Like when I first went on Wall Street, gold was $233 an ounce. Now gold is $1,700 an ounce. And depending on what happened within the next couple of months with regard to oil, because the United States now make it that Russia can't charge more than $60 a barrel. By doing that, and because Russia they want it to be pegged to the dollar, all Russia got to do is say, okay, $60 in the value of gold. Once they do that, gold is going to jump to $2,500. invest in gold for right now. That's the short-term play. All right. So with that, good talk. Good night, Kima. Appreciate it. Let me give you my take on Andrew Tate before you end this. PP on a beat. Give it to me, baby. Tell me. Gold is always going to be good. Absolutely. You can go back as far as you can go in history, and it's the only commodity that has always been, it is the only true currency in the world. Everything else is, the United States used to be pegged to gold until the budget went over the top, and they can't no longer, they lost control of the economy. Andrew Tate, LOL, finance my man. Yo, guys, based on what I was talking about today, keep your eyes out, and I'm sure you guys are going to see more than I do because you're looking at YouTube probably more than I do. But let's see how this whole situation with Andrew Tate, kind of shake itself out in the next a month to 6 weeks. Because I think this thing is going to be over quick. He's going to disappear as fast as he appears. Okay. Tate is obviously a Freemason. He's rich from his father, who I think is alive. Don't laugh at you. I wouldn't laugh at you. The thing is that a lot of people associate Freemasonry. Freemasonry is really just another lodge or private type organization where rich people and powerful people become members of, so they can have power through their numbers and access through the members. Some members become bankers, some members become politicians, some members become military generals and stuff like that. So they always have access to people that are in positions of power because of the club membership that they're a part of. I don't see a problem with him being a Freemason. It's not a wrong thing. I don't think all Masons are bad. Hollywood points them evil. I don't think Masons are bad at all. I mean, if you know the real origins of Masons, it's not bad at all, right? Masons were the builders back in the day. Those were the men that was the best craftsmen on the planet. They could build anything. Today, it's something different, right? It's more of almost operate like a secret organization. Why do I think that he is a CIA plant? I didn't say he was a CIA plant. I say it's an operation. It's not a plant. He's an operation. The operation is to, let me see if I can put it up there one more time. If they can shut down the Manosphere and discredit members of the Manosphere, men will feel apprehensive about being more direct, being more bold, being more confident, addressing the complicated and challenging topics. The rational male. This came out from the white Manosphere, one of the biggest guys over there. This is the end. He didn't, these two words, he didn't switch it. He didn't say, is this the end? He made an affirmative statement, right? Declarative. He said, this is the end of the Manosphere. And that's what he's perceiving. And what reason why he's perceiving that, more than likely because he knows the damage that it's going to do. And the reason why it's going to do that kind of damage is simply because that is the intent. And he was an operation. He came to do a job, and he's going to disappear. Just like when he wasn't here before and we didn't know who he was, back in January, February, March, April, May, well, before May, when Kevin was just blowing up, nobody heard of Andrew Tate. I'm sure there were people that knew of him from where he was, but he wasn't in the red pill space. He was doing something else. I agree. I just think Andrew Tate is a Hollywood puppet. Well, I don't think Hollywood got nothing to do with this. This is not Hollywood. All fake for entertainment. No, it's not fake for entertainment. No. Let me tell you something, bro. Had Kevin Samuels lived and last year had concluded and the way he was ascending had continued, there was going to become a seismic shift in the way masculinity was being perceived. And feminism and womanism and the way how certain women are moving, people are going to start taking reflection and considering making changes. As long as they can make men look as though that they're toxic, that they're predators, that they molest children, whatever, pedophiles or whatever. As long as they can keep those images, they can say man bad, masculinity bad, man bad, masculinity bad. Any man that says something that might hurt the sensibilities of females' emotions, he's bad. We need to destroy him. So what better man to use than a guy like Andrew Tate, who have a track record of running a business where exploiting women is his business? And then the fact that his father is ex-CIA, that's an operation, man. That's a straight up operation. They're probably going to wipe away his tax debt. That's an exchange. They're giving him something for he giving them something. It's an operation. That's how I see it. I don't think Andrew Tate is a stupid man at all. And I don't think Andrew Tate would make a confession tape talking about everything that he does and why he does it. And no. Men don't make $200 million and then turn around and make a confession to the public. Okay. Let's see. Is Andrew Tate a CIA plan to destroy the Manosphere? Well, I believe so. Yes, I believe so. That is actually, I think, part of the thumbnail. I'm not sure if I worded it exactly that way. Watch this video over at Bella. Mr. Sage went over it. Oh, okay. That's a conversation. Cool. All right. It's 8:01, guys. You guys are awesome, man. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for participating. And thank you for hanging out. I'm going to have Sage Talk is going to be on Sunday as well. So I'm going to have a show this Sunday coming up. Okay. This was just kind of making up because I was out of pocket for the past 2 weeks. Have a good one, guys.